Good evening. Noting the time and presence of quorum, I'd like to call this November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Acton Select Board to order. It's now 6 p.m. We will start as we normally do with residents' concerns. If any folks, either in person or online, have issues they'd wish to raise with us that are not otherwise addressed in the agenda, please come forward. And we're going to keep it to a 3-minute comment period under the resident concerns.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Glenn Cody. I'm on the school committee representing Acton. I was elected earlier this year, and I'm on policy subcommittee, the AB Wellness Committee, and I'm liaison to hear you all at the Select Board and also on the Special Education Parents Advisory Council. Quick update on what we're doing at the school committee. November 6th was our last meeting. We were focused on how the district uses data to guide instruction and improvement. We're usually iterating through that to make sure we're keeping on top of things. We had multiple presentations on how teachers, staff, and our school administrators are reviewing the different data points we're looking at to see how well the kids are doing academically and hoping to identify student needs ahead of time to adjust teaching strategies as needed. Because being a third grader in 2025 is quite different than being a third grader in 2005 or 1985. Some of the data points we looked at and was presented on were classroom work, benchmark tools, state assessments, among other specific points. Our focus with looking at the data is, like I said, to improve learning and not to narrow instruction, but hopefully to keep our school teams running efficiently and keeping them meeting regularly to discuss trends and share strategies on how to best serve the needs of our kids. Our assessment started showing some mixed results. There is growth in math and English language arts after a pretty notable dip during the peak of pandemic lockdown. The growth was pronounced, especially at the middle level, which is encouraging, but gaps in early literacy remain a concern. Our discussion was focused on the importance of consistent reading, screening, early intervention. That in particular is super important because if the sooner you can catch that a kid is having trouble reading, that's like a whole extra year of support as opposed to catching them later when they're in first grade. That can pay dividends for years to come and can have a significant effect on everything as late as high school graduation rates. So making sure that we're identifying kids that need extra support earlier than later is mission critical in our mind. Let's see, what else? Someday I'll ask for another extra minute here because we've always got so much going on at the school committee. 30 seconds. There's of course AB Forward. AB Forward is a steering committee that is undertaking the redistricting process as a steering committee. The AB Forward committee reviewed community feedback, reflected on how reorganizing options connect to fiscal year 2027. And the conversation acknowledged that rising costs and limited revenue will require difficult choices going forward. So we're doing our best to be on top of that, hoping to keep the community in each looped into the process with transparency. Next school committee meeting is this Thursday. We'll be reviewing enrollment, competency determination. We'll be hearing from our state legislators too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have any other comments?
Good evening. Derek Pinto, Chadwick Street in Acton. Some of my neighbors have teased that this should be renamed the Concerned Citizens, Unconcerned Town section of the agenda due to the slow-moving nature of the answers to questions I initially posed in correspondence that began on September 7th. I said to my wife, if I write to the town, surely somebody will answer. So then that didn't happen. Then I thought if I go to the meetings and ask the questions, then somebody will answer. Now I'm doing both, and I still don't have answers. So this is now my third visit to the Select Board on what's been underlined by myself and my neighbors as an urgent safety issue. So I have been encouraged by some movement. So Chair Charter sent me a note on October the 22nd, Town Manager Mangiarotti on October 26th. There's been some correspondence from the town engineer who's working on the project, but here's where we stand. DPW still needs to offer dates on the schedule for the design. I'm talking about the River Street Chadwick redesign project, traffic issues with speeding, et cetera. An answer needs to be offered as to when the last timelines or deliverables were offered specifically for projects number 38 and 55. No solution has been offered on how to resolve the River Street Chadwick redesign. It's been partially completed. Concept plans and public slides from 2024. No solution has been offered as to how the residents with safety concerns can elevate a project in the priority list. So that's a little unnerving. So here's my next action items. So finding answers to my questions, finding out why low or minimal cost solutions can't be implemented, like reducing speed limits or placing temporary traffic calming devices, issuing an invitation to all of the select board members to come and visit and see for yourself at that intersection between 7 and 8 in the morning or 4:30, we can arrange a mutually convenient time to get it done. Putting in a town records request, as I've been advised by the town engineer, for observations of that area, and I will continue to work to elevate this in the list of capital project priorities. As you may be aware, at the beginning of October, there were 2 traffic-related deaths, roughly 4 minutes, not 2 miles from the house. I wouldn't want a situation like that to occur, especially now that there is a project development. How many seconds is that? Perfect, that's more than enough time. So now that there's a housing project being developed on Powder Mill, the traffic volume is sure to increase in this area. The good news for everybody is that it looks like my schedule's opening up, so I'll have lots more time and bandwidth to dedicate towards solving these questions. So I look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Let me give a couple of brief comments as chair. As an upcoming item, which we're going to be discussing on December 8th, we're going to be having an additional meeting with the Select Board and the Finance Committee, speaking specifically about the DPW project. Just trying to get, if not agreement, at least understanding amongst all of the parties for all of the, was trying to look at numbers as far as square feet, functions of the building, that sort of thing, just to get that all properly documented. So that's in addition to our usual meetings. Also, a note of community interest, those of you who might have known him, Keith Carcane, for many years was the branch manager of the Middlesex Bank in West Acton. Had a cardiac incident some years ago and has declined steadily. He'd moved away from Middlesex Bank and had another career that he was working in. He's was in hospice for a prolonged period of time, and he passed away over the weekend. So he was certainly quite a presence in town, certainly in the West Acton area, very involved in the Acton Lions Club and other social organizations. So the services for him, or the hours, will be this Thursday evening in Gardner. I will go to the town manager.
Thank you. I'd ask that Assistant Town Manager Tom Bejan give a brief update on a couple items, and I'd ask that Andrea and Lauren be prepared to give another update just following that, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 quick things for the board and the community. The library will be hosting a sock drive beginning November 22nd. If you're interested in donating socks to those who are in need, please visit the Acton Memorial Library and see the circulation desk. The second item that'll be occurring in this room on Thursday the 20th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. is a session, an informational session that'll be hosted by Human Resources for retirees on the health insurance. As you're aware, the town is transitioning the health insurance for retirees from Aetna to Blue Cross Blue Shield. So we're encouraging all retirees, if you have any questions or your family members have questions, to please attend that informational setting session. Again, that's this Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. in this room. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And so, thanks, Tom. So we do a lot of work to get grants, and sometimes we forget to make a big deal out of them, and I think we should. And Andrea Bracera is our sustainability director. She's been working very hard on several grants, but she's here tonight to announce a pretty big one. So take it away.
Good evening, members of the Select Board and members of the public. As John mentioned, I'm Andrea Becerra. I'm the Sustainability Director. I'm here with Lauren West, who's our Environmental Analyst. And we're here to announce $1 million that we received from the Department of Energy Resources through the Climate Leaders Program. This is to electrify our HVAC system at Town Hall. This makes us one of the first climate leader communities to receive funding through that program, which is really exciting. It's always fun to be one of the firsts. As you may remember, we became a climate leader at the beginning of this year, and that was thanks to your support in meeting the requirements of that program, which included passing our EV First policy, adopting our specialized stretch energy code, and also adopting our municipal decarbonization roadmap. This funding is on top of the $500,000 that we also received through our application for the AB Regional High School to replace gas-fired, rooftop gas-fired units for fully electric versions. In addition to those funds, since we became a green community in 2010, we've received $1.75 million, which has helped us reduce our energy consumption by over 30%. And that's not including the 1 million we received just now and the 500,000 we also received for the schools. And Lauren is here because she played a very important and pivotal role in applying for that $1 million fund. So thank you, and have a great rest of your select board meeting.
Congratulations. Thank you very much for all your hard work. All right, I'll hear from any of my colleagues that, unless you care to add any comments of thanks. David.
Thank you. Two things this evening. First is the demand for food assistance is up around here, and as it is around the rest of the country. And I wanted to mention that people who are interested can drop gift cards off with Laura Ducharme, our Community Services Coordinator, and she gives those out to needy families on an as-needed basis. In addition, there's the town has a food assistance fund, and people can drop off or mail a check to Town Hall for the food assistance fund, and sometime soon it'll be possible to donate online into that fund. The second thing I wanted to talk about this morning, we've gotten a lot of questions about how the Kelly's Corner intersection works, specifically with regard to the 2 lanes turning left onto from Mass Ave eastbound to Main Street northbound, or the two through lanes into one from Main Street northbound and continue to Main Street northbound. I understand that it's a little confusing now because the lines are not fully painted, and usually when you have a double turn lane, you have special dotted lines there, and those aren't done yet, and they won't be done until the intersection's done. But I just wanted to say that this is a very common way to get more traffic through the intersection while the light is green, and preventing backup at the lights to have 2 lanes go into one. In this particular case, the merge area is a little short, but that's because there isn't a lot of space in the street right-of-way in front of the Not Your Average Joe's Plaza. But still, I live in South Acton, and I come through that intersection frequently, and people are getting used to it. I think people get used to it, and it'll be better once the lines are painted. I also wanted to say that the the traffic light timing, I know is bad. It bothers me a little bit too. Most of the light timing is too long. And the light timing right now is fixed. The traffic sensors are not enabled. When the lights are fully finished, the timing of the lights will be constantly adjusted based on demand at the intersection, and you won't have to wait a long time. You know, in the meantime, I agree. I go through the intersection. It's annoying, especially late at night. You know, when I return home tonight, I'll likely have to wait at the intersection a long time, and there's nobody in the intersection. Anyway, thank you to everyone for their patience while the Mass DOT finishes this project.
Alyssa?
Thank you. I just wanted to make an announcement in case folks are not aware. As of November 5th, the Acton Water District has instituted a level 4 outdoor water use restriction. And what that means is that outdoor watering is not permitted except for growing food and firefighting. And we had the district manager and one of the district commissioners in to report to the board a few meetings ago just to share a lot of details about why we're suspending the annual fall water flushing and how we may have to purchase water from neighboring towns, and then this water restriction that's pretty severe. And basically the reason is that we are bringing our new PFAS removal plants online and flushing the media, the activated charcoal reuses a lot of water, so they're trying to make sure that they can get those up and running, but continue to provide water to all of their customers at the same time. And I announced this at the last meeting, but just wanted to offer another reminder that tomorrow in this room at 7:05, the planning board is holding a hearing on the subdivision rules and regulations and the amendments that are being made because the town meeting passed the open space residential development, which makes cluster development by right. And a regular subdivision requires a special permit now. Some of you may know that initiative as the common name Habitat for All, but I encourage anybody who's interested to attend that hearing tomorrow night.
Thank you. Jim?
I was also going to announce the subdivision rules and regs, but I have an even more updated announcement, which is that the planning staff got so many great questions from the first hearing that they're going to actually, the hearing is going to be continued to 12/16. So don't show up tomorrow. Yeah, it's all good.
Brandon?
I just wanted to announce the Human Services Committee is back up and meeting on the second Thursday of each month. They're working on their mission statement and also collaborating with Acton Health and Human Services Department to coordinate ways the committee can be supportive. And also the Historical Commission is getting ready to put out an RFP to engage a professional to help with documenting historical elements, listings on the cultural resource list in the Woodlawn Cemetery on Concord Road. The result would be to place the Woodlawn Cemetery on the National Register. The HC received CPC funds approved at town meeting to complete this project.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to new and special business. Item 3, approve changes to fee schedule from town clerk's office. Leo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leo Mercado. I'm the town clerk here in the town of Acton. I've been the town clerk since September of 2024. It's been a great privilege to serve in such capacity. I'm here to propose adjustments to the current fee schedule for services that are provided by my office. And the current fee schedule has been in place since 2020, and most municipalities, they review it every 3 to 5 years. So this past year, I've been reviewing that and taking a look at the neighboring communities and similar communities to Acton. And since 2020, The cost of supplies, postage, printing, staff time, and administrative processing has increased due to inflation and changes in state and local requirements. So neighboring communities have also reviewed and updated their fee schedules to better align with expenses in providing these services. My office is proposing a number of fee increases to better align the Acton fee schedule with neighboring communities. These changes will result in a projected increase of $7,095 in fees collected. While this proposal includes a number of fee changes, 2 will remain the same. Dog licenses for intact and neutered dogs. We have seen steady increase annually of residents registering their dogs, and I believe it is a result of the low cost of the registration fees. We propose to maintain that fee at what it is now for 2026 and revisit that in 2027. And if this is approved, these fees will go into effect January 1st of 2026. Any questions?
Thank you. Jim?
Hi, Leo. Thanks for proposing these updates. My understanding is that our fees, as other towns' fees, need to be roughly in line with the costs of providing the services. So can you say anything about the cost, the amount of time and materials that you spend in processing all these things, and reassure us that additional revenue of $7,000 won't mean we're making like a sort of an undue profit on things?
Primarily, that $7,000 is going to go towards postage. Postage has been, honestly, in my opinion, getting out of hand. It's been raised 3 to 4 times a year the past few years. So I've seen increases in the past 4 years that I've been here. It started at approximately 53 cents to send something out when I got here. Now it's at 74. So that's quite an increase in 3 years. So I'd like to just basically use that to recoup some of those costs that we're seeing go out the window with the postage fees. So that's going to be primarily where those fees, those revenues go to.
Thanks so much.
No problem.
Alyssa?
Thank you for presenting this to us, and I agree that it's always a good idea to review and make sure that our fees in alignment with costs and also neighboring communities. The table that you provided is very helpful. It's in the meeting packet if the public wants to see it. I don't really have a question, and I don't know if anybody will care, but my thought process for this was I noticed that the proposed fees for Acton were almost all above the average, and so that was initially concerning to me until I went to look at the towns that we are close to in the proposed fees and looking at their average employee salary, and they're in alignment there. So maybe they might be a little bit lower in some of the smaller communities that have like 5,000 or 6,000 people and fewer employees and maybe lower salaries. So I think that I'm comfortable, even though these are mostly above average, that these are the right numbers. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Fran?
This is just a question out of curiosity. What are street listing books?
Street listing books, those are the commonly known as the nosy books. So that's the book that I maintain on my counter, and people can come in, purchase it. It's $25 for that book. And honestly, those are not really selling as much as they used to. So each year I have a box full of them. So I'm looking at probably purchasing a binding machine for a few $100s and just doing it myself instead of spending $1,500 to $2,000 annually to get those produced. So I figure I can save a lot of money doing that.
You can buy a book that has the street listings?
Correct.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, it's
Thank
there.
you.
It's right downstairs. Yeah.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the proposed town clerk's fee schedule as identified in the packet with an effective date of January 1, 2026.
Second?
Moved and seconded to accept the amended schedule. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you. We have the next step in the budget process where we are going to be discussing the capital improvement plan and continuing to discuss some of the preliminary budget numbers that that we received from departments and we're working to refine. So just to jump right into it, we received those requests from departments at the end of the summer, early fall. We've been meeting with them. We gave you an update in November, and then we're doing this tonight. And then we hope to get from you some prioritization, some feedback and input, and then we'll prepare the town manager's recommended budget and get it in your hands before the end of the calendar year. That's the schedule shown here. As always, we focus our efforts on the select board's goals, which I won't go through again, but they're here for reference. And the big production that we have tonight is the capital improvement plan. And I'm going to kick this over to Tom to walk us through what we're looking at for the next 10 years.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to bring up the book here. All right, so what you have in front of you and what's in the packet tonight is the 10-year capital improvement book. And really what I'd like to do is start from the back and then work towards the front, because what drives the capital improvement plan is the appendix. And inside the appendix, we hold a lot of different information. The first slide that you see here focuses on the facilities. That kind of gives an outline as to what facilities and how we go around managing it. The next slide or next page in the book is a list of all the town facilities that are under our care and control. Totals about 250,000 plus square feet, about 20 some odd buildings, fire stations, police station, and cemetery buildings. So it's a pretty wide variety. Included with this outlook for capital, while we don't manage school buildings or a capital plan, we are affected by the needs from the school department and the capital planning for school facilities. So we include that in the book so there's a broader understanding of the amount of facilities within the community. And I believe there's 7 or 9, a quick count of different schools throughout their district. Moving right along, we include parks and open spaces. There's a lot of facilities throughout the community that offer passive and active recreation. Facilities like bathrooms and playgrounds need to be updated, so that's included in the plan. Along with that is the 10-year planning is a look at bridges, roads, and infrastructure. We have 146 miles of roadway within the town. That includes 114 of town-accepted streets and a number of Mass DOT highways and roadways. Sewer system, we do have a limited sewer capacity, but we do have a sewer system that has to be managed. Included in this packet as well is the stormwater management system. The asset management plan done by Woodward and Curran back in 2023 has guided a lot of the capital requests that we'll talk about inside of this plan. That includes, or we include a look at all Acton bridges, culverts, bridges. That's part of a routine capital improvement request that's included in this plan. A number of Acton dams. More recently, the town removed, as you all know, River Street Dam, but there's a number of other dams that require routine maintenance, registration with the state, inspections, and eventual renovations or replacements. That's included in the 10-year outlook. And then we have 196 rolling equipment vehicles. That includes anything from 2 wheels to 4 wheels. That includes pickup trucks, that includes gators, it includes motorcycles for the police department. So everything with a couple wheels on it is listed here. That has a replacement schedule. Some vehicles can last 20, 30 years. Some can last 10 to 15, and some last less. And that's usually the police cruisers and fire apparatuses that get a lot of usage. So that's all identified here, and this is also all rolling fleets that's insured through our insurance provider. And one great note that we can call out here is that out of the 13 patrol vehicles from the police station, All 13 are hybrid, and that saved over 16,000 gallons of gas on an annual basis, which is equivalent to 34 gasoline operating vehicles. The next few pages are possible funding sources that we look towards to help offset the needs identified in the capital budget. And then at the last page, it is a recap of the 2024 ARPA plan, which if you recall back to December of last year, the board voted appropriations, final appropriations for projects, and we have until December 31st of 2026 to expend those funds. So what I'm going to do is just go back to the beginning and then take you on an adventure through our 10-year plan. So on the cover of the 10-year capital plan is the fueling station at the DPW. If you recall, this is funded through an appropriation, a borrowing appropriation through the town meeting, but it's also offset by contributions from Acton Boxborough Regional School District for transportation and the CASE Collaborative. So it's a facility that'll be supporting a lot of different transportation needs, not only the town vehicles, but also school and district needs as well. The cover table of contents includes a great photo of 17 Woodbury that was under construction earlier this year through selective demolition. So if you see this photo and then walk outside tonight, you'll see two totally different structures there. The executive summary outlines everything that's inside of this 10-year plan. Two things I want to note inside of this executive summary is that this 10-year plan identifies $115 million of projects and improvements needed over a 10-year span. If you average that out over a 10-year period, it's $11.5 million, which is pretty difficult to fund. So what we look for on a municipal side and from a school side, but from a municipal side, is looking at alternative funding to help offset the funding needs for these projects. And we've been fairly successful in that. This slide shows $4.8 million in grants that have been procured by and received by town staff since January of this year. Andrea and Lauren were here a few moments ago to talk about the $1 million that was recently announced for the Decarbonization Accelerator Program. We've also received $1.75 million to help offset expenses associated with the installation of the EQ tank. We've received $1 million in complete street funding for Central Street, and the list goes on and on. The capital planning process includes a lot of different things, and one of those things we have to look at is long-term impacts on the debt need or the debt expenditure on an annual basis that approvals have. So this slide has been shown at a previous presentation, and what it shows is 4 different colors. The blue color is excluded debt that was approved through a ballot vote and a town meeting. The green color is non-excluded debt, which has already been borrowed. So those are projects like complete streets, bridges and culverts that we're already currently borrowing for and paying annually. The red color is a sewer obligations that we have that'll fall off in 2031 that are paid through the Sewer Enterprise Fund. And then the yellow color shown here are authorized projects through town meeting votes that have not yet been borrowed. And these are estimates. We haven't gone out to borrow for them yet, of course. But as you see, this chart shows an increase in debt service funding beginning in 2028. Long-term capital planning looks at everything. It takes 3 different approaches. It takes a short-term approach, what's needed in the current or the upcoming fiscal year, a medium approach, 2 to 6 years, so projects that have been designed or in conceptual design, what's going to be ready in the next few years to move forward. And then typically projects 7 to 10 years out are ones that are conceptual, ones that are needed but haven't necessarily moved along in the process. So as we move through those years, we'll start to begin moving the projects up into conceptual designs, design development, and then moving them through the funding process. We attempt to match all the projects up with a short-term or a long-term goal identified both in current year select board goals, but also prior year. So what you'll see here are 3 short-term goals that are identified in some of the projects in the 10-year plan, and a few of the long-term capital goals, long-term goals that we've identified in this capital plan. Climate Action Plan, Andrea and Lauren gave the exciting news earlier. As a climate leader, one of the few in the state, we're open to receiving funding for decarbonization projects that other communities aren't. and the $1 million for the town hall project is one of those examples. The FY27 preliminary borrowing general fund debt projects, we've identified a few here, and I'll show a little bit more in the slides coming up. But the slide in front of you shows a preliminary look on what the borrowing would be for each project if we were to borrow each one over the term, what we would pay on an annual basis. Routinely, we receive a number of requests that aren't necessarily borrowing projects, but could be funded through different sources. Free cash is one of those sources. Enterprise, revolving, and special revenue are another source. So getting into the FY25 borrowing projects, the first one that you see in front of you has been reduced by that grant for $2.75 million for the town hall HVAC and emergency power replacement project. This project will do a number of things, and the two largest impacts this project will have is remediation of mold and other hazardous materials, and creating an efficient air and temperature control system within the building. Next project falls in line with the fire department's apparatus replacement program. This is the replacement of fire engine number 21. This is an aero pumper. There are a few that are in operation. There's 3. 2 are in reserve. This vehicle is moved to reserve. This engine 21 currently has 111,000 miles of usage. One thing that we're not able to capture with this vehicle is the amount of hours that have been placed on the engine as well. As you know, when an engine responds to a situation, they typically sit in their idling because they have to stay active, so there's a wear and tear that's not captured here as well. These typically have a 2 to 3 year build, so once it's approved, we really don't receive that for a few more years. The next item in the general fund borrowing request is the final design of the DPW project. As you're aware, you supported moving forward with the next steps of option 4B, which plans to reutilize the current building as a parking garage for fleet, and then building a brand new building north of that on the plan, or above that on the plan, for mechanical spaces, storage, workshops, and administration. We're pretty confident that this next phase will show that we're able to accommodate the needs of DPW, and we're able to do that in a safe manner as well in both facilities. DPW recently completed a 5-year update to the Complete Streets Prioritization Plan that created this website that, if you go onto it, I think we talked about this at a prior select board meeting, it gives you all complete street projects that were identified, both street focused and sidewalk focused. And this system is driving the Complete Street Program request for FY27. A few of the requests that'll be included in this funding are improvements to the Stowe Street corridor, Powder Mill Road, Main Street corridor, and Great Road corridor. Bridges and culvert design and construction is the next request. A number of projects that are included in this request are Main Street North Acton over the Neshoba Brook, our Charter Road drainage improvements, Main Street, River Street, and School Street, Great Hill area stormwater improvements, and Main Street culvert replacements near 820. This is also guided by the asset and management plan as previously mentioned. The next request is a continuation of Complete Streets. It's a sidewalk focus request. Some of the improvements that are included in this request are River Street, School to Vanderbilt, which is currently under beginning 75% design, Stowe Street, Maple to Fort Pond Brook, and Main Street at number 820, sorry. And then to the free cash projects. Annual request for police cruiser replacements. A number of these cruisers have quite a few miles on them. Some of the ones that the police chief identified have 106,000 miles, 143,000 miles, 107,000 miles. And then there's some of the cruisers that have 50,000 miles or more, but a lot more of the engine hours from settling, idling, and those are coming up for replacement as well. So those 4 vehicles have been identified through this request as replacement. Facility improvements allow us to move forward some of the projects that were identified in the town-wide facility and electrification study that aren't necessarily large enough to be part of a borrowing request. And they're smaller projects that allow us to continue on the goal of improving facilities, creating more accessible facilities, and helping that plan move forward. Another item is a core switching and routing enclosure replacement. This is for the data center at the Acton Memorial Library. Some of the core switches are entering into a point where they're no longer going to be vendor supported, and that begins in April. So we have to start looking at replacing those so that we can maintain support from those vendors. The Memorial Library redesign, conceptual design request is the next item. It helps move forward some efforts that were done in the last year by the library and the library trustees to look at redeveloping, renovating, and redesigning that building. Replacement of the pickup truck in the facilities department is another request that we've received. This pickup truck is unique. It supports two different departments. It supports the facilities department on a daily basis, and then supports the DPW for all plowing needs. So this is a vehicle that's lost some of its capabilities due to liftgate failure. There's a plywood on the back end of the tailgate now, and it's not necessarily looking like it's going to be lasting long enough to be able to support plowing options. So this is a vehicle that'll be needed to be replaced by the facilities department. Fire department radio replacement phase 1. You see all the firefighters, EMTs, and the paramedics. When you see them, they typically have a radio attached to them. These radios are used daily, 24/7. They typically need to be replaced over time. And just from all the natural wear and tear and continued usage, it's a routine request that the fire department typically puts forward to keep those radios operational. Last year, if you recall, there was some funding appropriated for roof designs and replacement. This next request helps move that plan forward. There's 6 different roofs throughout the town that are identified as need, some at NARA, one of the fire stations, and this will help us begin design. And as I mentioned before, we're in that 2 to 6 year window. That helps us design the buildings and the replacements so that we can pull up replacement and other projects into the current year. Town Hall bell tower stabilization design. While we're awaiting the review and study by Structures North, we do know that we have to move forward with designing repairs and potential replacement of the bell tower at this town hall, and this request will allow us to move that forward. The next request is replacing fire escapes at 3 fire stations. The fire escapes are original to the building, so they're 65+ years old. They're all starting to show their wear and tear and will need to be replaced over time. Conceptual design for Morrison Farm. As you're aware, that building's been sitting vacant for a little bit, and what we would like to do is start looking at options of designing renovations to that building so that can become a usable space into the future, much like 17 Woodbury is. And then a few other requests through free cash is a Power DMS cloud-based software system. This is a police software system that supports their community police relations, enhances public trust, streamlines operations, and this request would support the implementation and the ongoing usage of this software system. Fireworks for the 4th of July celebration. This would help fund the fireworks in 2027. So we typically request the fireworks a year ahead of time. Infrastructure, IT infrastructure request for switch and firewall replacement program. Replacing aging network switches and firewalls are critical to maintaining the town's cybersecurity. So this would help in that effort in replacing the switch and firewall replacements, systems that are nearing the end of their useful life. Fire hose replacements for the fire department, routine usage, aging, wear and tear. While they're not using the fire hoses daily, they do use them for training and other exercises, so they do need to be replaced. So this is a routine request. Narrow Park signage replacement. The one shown here is the current park sign at the opening to Narrow Park. This was meant as a temporary signage to Narrow Park when it was under construction and hasn't been replaced. So this request would allow for the replacement of a nice sign at Narrow Park. And then rounding out the capital request, these come from revolving enterprise and other funding accounts. The ambulance replacement program, this request is to replace Rescue 34, which has 110,000 miles on it. This is a 2017 ambulance. If you recall, an apparatus was replaced or approved at special town meeting, and that typically takes a few years to receive. So while this could potentially be approved at town meeting in April, in May, we wouldn't receive that ambulance until 28, 29. The next item is the public safety facility HVAC system replacement. This would be conceptual design. So as we move forward with complete or undergoing construction of this building, we would start moving forward efforts at the public safety facility to replace the failing HVAC system there. And then the last request is the fire department command vehicle. There's 7 command vehicles that are currently in fleet, and they're heavily fit up, so there's emergency response for EMTs and paramedics, and there's a lot of equipment inside of those command vehicles so that if somebody does respond to an incident, they have everything they need to run the site. They have radios, they have first responder equipment, so that's what's driving the cost. And this request would help, or this request would replace the oldest vehicle in that 7-vehicle fleet. So these roll up into a 10-year outlook for general funded debt projects that is $98 million over 10 years. Free cash projects over 10 years total $11 million. And enterprise trust proceeds and other funded projects total $5.6 million. So as I mentioned at the beginning, all of those projects rolled in, and what you're seeing in this book is $115.4 million in projects over a 10-year period. It's a lot of information real quick. John and I are happy to answer any questions, and I'd kick it back to John.
Thank you. So that was, that's $115 million worth of investment that that Tom just went through for us. So that is the capital improvement plan. It is published online. That is a document that we will refer to throughout the rest of the budget process when we try to identify how to prioritize which of those projects we'll be moving forward with based on select board direction. So as mentioned, we have in the slide deck here, because this will be published online later, in case people don't ever look at the capital plan, we've included some information on here, but we can just fly through these because Tom just went through them. But I want to get to the slide that shows the table of numbers, which would be this one. Right, so last year, our capital investment was just over $1.5 million. If you add up the first year cost for debt borrowing over there, it starts to add up. If you look at the next page, we have free cash projects that add up to over $1 million. So I think with capital, we want to spend some time tonight if you want to, or maybe December 1st would be a better time to really dig into it. But what we really want to hear feedback from the board, and we'll hear from the Finance Committee when we see them next as well, as things that we want to move forward with. We know we can't do all this stuff, but we want to do the high priority ones, which are in the select board goals, and then anything else we can afford. Before we move off of capital, or as we move off of capital, I just wanted to mention also, as we get into the operating budgets, we did get several staffing requests with the operating budget requests this year. And the numbers that we've presented so far do not include any of these being funded. If there are positions in here that you think we should isolate and figure out, we will work to do that. We always try to find ways to create opportunities to fund positions like this, whether it's through grants or through reorganizations. We have a few ideas for how to do a few of these things, but some of them, like adding staffing to the fire department, we just don't have it. We just wouldn't be able to do it unless we change the revenue structure significantly for us here in town next year. So that, if you look at what we're at right now for the budget, the department requests would represent a 5.5% increase over last year. A big part of that is debt service and health insurance. The next slide shows how we are dealing with health insurance. The red bar, or the red line rather, shows actual costs. The blue bars are the budgeted costs. As you see in FY24, we had a spike in actual costs, and then going forward, we budgeted from that spike. But if you look what happened in 25, we actually didn't hit the budget. And I think that's gonna happen again in FY26. So we do have a little bit of capacity within the health insurance budget, which is good news. all the things that we said tonight may not be good news, but this is good news that even though health insurance is going up significantly, we do have capacity because of the way we've very conservatively budgeted for it over the last few years. More to come on that in the budget presentation. This is the debt slide that Tom already covered. And then it just gets to where we want to go. I think I just want to recap on the last slide. So what we've presented here is more than what's currently showing in the ALG plan. The ALG is meeting on, I think, Wednesday this week. And we'll continue to meet to discuss revenues, et cetera, with our colleagues. The capital needs are significantly more than what was projected. We're currently showing a 5.1% increase. Going forward, I know that my instincts are that I need to bring the budget down significantly to make it work for us all. But if there are some specific guidance that the board wants to provide either tonight or soon, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'm just going to do my best to do what I think makes the most sense. We're also looking at a new OPEB policy, which we'll discuss later on in the meeting when we have more time. So that's it. That's just the main purpose of tonight was to go through the capital plan. I think in years past, I think I glossed over a little bit of all the details that are in this book, and I appreciate Tom taking the time and really diving into it because it's important. Departments put a lot of time and energy into planning and designing these projects, and so I want you all and the public to know what goes into that and what we're dealing with. So we're on to the next stage in the budget process. We look forward to having a workshop with you on the 1st. And we, as I said, will present the budget on January 5th, but we'll get it in your hands before the end of the calendar year.
Thank you. My colleagues, we've got a few minutes before we get into our site plan discussion. Does anybody have any brief questions they'd like to ask the town manager? David.
Yeah, I think a couple of very brief questions and comment. Tom, you mentioned that you mentioned moving a vehicle into reserve with regard to the fire truck 21. Was that when the new one is purchased, the current one goes into reserve, or the current one is already in reserve? Could you clarify when you said move to reserve, what was going to reserve?
Absolutely, thank you. So typically these apparatuses have a 15-year lifespan. And in the first 10 years, it's frontline service. They're used daily, they're responding to emergencies. And after a 10-year period, they go back into what the chief calls as a reserve usage. So they're backups, they're used when needed, they don't respond to everyday calls. What's occurring is that these engines aren't being replaced or haven't been replaced on that set schedule, so they're lasting either in frontline service longer or they're lasting in reserve service shorter amount of time. So what'll happen in this instance is that when this new apparatus is delivered, this vehicle will be looked at in comparison to the other ones that are in reserve, and the worst one will move out. This one's been identified as the one that needs to move out. And the fire chief may change their mind when this engine's in-house due to wear and tear of other engines.
Thank you. And just another quick thing for the complete streets, the stormwater management, and the sidewalk program, all listed as borrowing. Offline, I don't need that tonight. I would love to know what project is next up, you know, the kind of the highest in each of those areas. And also, I think this is an area, if we don't want to expand our debt service too much, some of these could compete for free cash money with some of the free cash things. So I just throw that out there. And my final question was, did you say that there were 7 fire department command vehicles?
I did.
And why 7? And again, if you need to provide detail, I can take my answer offline.
We can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Alyssa.
Thank you for the presentation. I have more than a dozen questions, so obviously I'm going to send you an email instead of asking them tonight. But just a few quick things. In In terms of the staffing requests, I would prioritize IT and Health and Human Services. But I do want to understand if I have this correctly. The current ALG plan showing the 5.1% increase does not include any of the staffing or capital requests. Did I hear that correctly?
It includes a placeholder amount of 1.25 million in capital, but it does
Okay.
not include any of the staffing.
Okay, thank you. I see several items that would be good candidates for CPA applications. Have you started planning on that? Because I think, yeah, okay. Do you want me to tell you what they are? But you probably are, we're probably in agreement on what they are. Historic, preservation, and recreation. And speaking of conservative estimates, I see that the borrowing rate is listed at 4.25, but I thought that our most recent rate was lower than that, like 3.75 or something. Do you remember what our most recent rate was? I thought it was pretty good.
It was lower than that. Our bond, our consultants are recommending that we do not go back off of that 4.25.
Okay.
Given the rate market and the environment.
Okay.
We'd rather estimate high than low.
Sounds good. And then my final question is, the yellow piece of the bar chart for the debt service that's authorized but not yet borrowed, can you remind me what those are? Are those the stormwater projects, sidewalks?
They're the stormwater projects, the sidewalks, they are the ladder truck, and I believe it's the Phase 2 of the public safety radio replacement project. So the more recent capital projects that were approved at town meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Jim?
These two items, the HVAC and emergency power replacement and the complete streets, do these numbers, like the 900,000 for complete streets, is that number before grants or after grants?
That number isn't necessarily taking grants into consideration. That number is looking at the projects that are needed and then identifying a dollar amount to it. The grants that were received will definitely tackle some of the projects that were identified, mainly the Central Street, Complete Street project I had mentioned in the grant slide that's funded through $1 million.
Great, thanks.
Fran?
I'm ready to delve in December 1st, but I really like the pictures. I know that sounds so simple, but it just shows you the progress you've made, with the plow display and the cleaning of the markers on the town center. It's just nice to see progress.
And I'll obviously have lots of comments in the future, but I would reiterate the comment we made earlier about, searching through and making sure that anything that might be applicable for CPC funds, take advantage of that. I think the time frame for putting those applications together is running out very quickly, but you guys have probably got them all written anyway, right? So, but I would encourage you to look at that as a funding source. All right, thank you. 7 o'clock. So I think we'll forego or delay the item 5, which is approve and authorize the town manager to sign the amendments to purchase and sales for 3 School Street. Okay, quick. All right, go ahead, John.
Thank you. This is the result of an RFP that the town did recently to dispose of 2 properties on School Street, number 3, which is the old firehouse, and number 13, which is the current surplus parking lot. We just executed a purchase and sales agreement with Alex Moda, who's actually here. If there's any questions, he's determined that in order to maximize the opportunity to create a productive reuse for that building. Being restricted to commercial is too much of a restriction, and it's not economically feasible. The project overall will include a mixed-use development at 13 School Street, which will have, I believe, 4 commercial units on the ground floor, and then some residential above that. And he wants to turn the old fire station into a residential property. And so the amendment before the board tonight is just to change the required use from strictly commercial to any permitted use that meets the historic district guidelines, which would require him to keep the building. So if the board would approve that or consider that, that'd be helpful. If they want Alex to say anything about it, he's here, but that's the request.
Okay, seems pretty straightforward. I'll ask my colleagues to see if you have any questions. It appears we have no questions. Would you like a motion? David?
I move that we approve and authorize the town manager to sign the purchase and sales agreement for 3 School Street. As amended and in the packet.
I second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the board? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Got that approved.
Thank you for fitting that in.
So, I'll read the legal notice. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on November 17th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of Marcus Lewis for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4 and 2 separate use special permits under zoning bylaw section 10.3, 6.23, and 3.5.15, paren 9, close paren, at 45 Nagog Park and 62 Nonset Path. The applicant proposes to construct a clubhouse, pickleball enclosure, and tennis court enclosure on the property within a portion of the property leased from the owner. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online and at Acton Town Hall. And the exact addresses for all of those are included in the hearing notice. So, as all of you folks know, we did have a hearing site plan process with this. There was a defect in the way the notifications were sent out. We weren't aware of that until we actually had approved the site plan special permit and the use special permits. At our last meeting, once we were aware of the problem, we rescinded those decisions. So this is a redo. Obviously, some work has already begun out there. All of us on the select board are keenly aware of the interest from the Nagog Woods neighborhood and surrounding towns, actually, in the facility and the process that's been followed. I haven't been keeping a running tally, but I think, I've probably gotten somewhere between 30 and 50 emails over the last couple of days. Many of them cover the same major points. So once we open this up eventually to public comments, we'd like to try to give everybody an opportunity to say something, but once the same point has been made 3 or 4 times, we probably don't need to hear it again. So we'd like to keep this process moving ahead. And I would just like to ask at this point, if there's anybody here who feels they might want to make a comment, if you just raise your hand, I just need to get some idea as to how many speakers we're going to be having. Pardon me?
I count 17 in the room, and I don't see anybody with their hand raised online.
Okay. We'd hope to be able to get through this in more or less of an hour. So normally, we ask folks to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes because there's so many folks here that wish to speak, and we want to give you all an opportunity to speak. We're going to cut that down to 2 minutes. And certainly, if you can make your comments as concise as possible. As I've noted, we've received copious amounts of email. There seem to be probably a half a dozen major points of contention, so I think we're aware of all those, but we certainly want to hear your concerns. My colleague, Mr. Snyder Grant, is a select board member that's been assigned to this project, and I will pass it over to him at this point.
I could go, I'd be happy to. I wonder if it sets the context for us to hear from the applicant first, if they have any prepared remarks.
Look to the applicant.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Silverstein. I am counsel for the applicant. If I could just begin by addressing what I think are the main points that have been raised that I've seen in letters from members of the condominium association next door. First of all, the suggestion that we just blithely went out and began clearing land without going through any process, that we did this in an inconsiderate way. We also had no idea that there was any issue with notice. We were complying with an approved plan with a certification of no appeal. So there was nothing in any way improper about us going out and beginning to do work on our property. We didn't clear any trees that were outside of the right-of-way that was required by the fire department. We did not ask to put in that right-of-way, the fire lane rather. We were told to put in the fire lane. We cleared trees within the fire lane that we were required to install as part of the project. We did not go on anyone else's property, and we simply complied with the plans as approved. In terms of the concern about lighting, there's no lighting proposed on the southern or western facades of the buildings, so there's not going to be any light impact to the condominium association. So I'm not clear on where that concern is coming from. With respect to a concern about overflow parking, that people are going to choose to park at Marcus Lewis's other facility and walk 2 football fields in the dark on unpaved land when there's a parking lot directly in front of the entrance. I'm not clear on why anyone would choose to do that. And were there ever a need for overflow parking, which we don't think there would be, we have leased rights to park directly next door. Again, not 1 or 2 football fields away in the dark. Our employees would have to walk double the length to where, again, instead they could get in their car and drive around and park in the ample parking lot. The plans were thoroughly vetted All we're looking to do is comply with the plans that were approved by this board. We did our best to be responsive to town departments. It's unfortunate that the suggestion is that somehow we've done something wrong. I can understand that if someone didn't get notice of the hearing and would have liked to have attended the hearing and spoken to the project, I can understand that might be frustrating, but to suggest that we've been a bad neighbor or done something untoward simply because we cleared some trees in a fire lane we were required by the fire department to add to the plan, I think is unfortunate. With that, unless my client or anyone else has anything to add, we're happy to answer any questions that the board has. We would note that the applicant has made a very substantial investment, has in good faith commenced site work, and so we would hope that to the extent the board feels comfortable doing so, that we could hopefully close this hearing and have a new decision this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Thanks, Dean. So I'm the select board member assigned to this project, and I wanted to thank everyone for putting the effort into writing the letters. I wanted to assure people that I read all of the letters except maybe ones that came in after about 4:30, but we did get, many dozen letters over the last 3 days, both pro and con. But the con letters had the most interesting and complex concerns, so I wanted to address some of them. Well, as a starting point, a number of people asked if the select board walked the property. So Dean suggested that we all do that, and also suggested that we not walk it together to avoid the risk of deliberating outside of an open meeting about the project, which we're, bound by law not to do. So I know I walked it. I had a lovely time Sunday afternoon for a couple hours wandering around Nagog Woods and Nagog Park. I assume my fellow select board members did as well, but they can speak to that. The thing about notifications, apologies again, that we in the town did screw up. Some of you, many of you were at the condominium, the corporation meeting, where I came and explained that I had figured out one part of the error in the notification, that it was instead of the 300 feet from the full project at both 45 Nagog and 62 Nonset, the town had only calculated 300 feet from 45 Nagog, which excluded a number of units. What I learned today is that in addition to that problem, we did verify that although state law is ambiguous on this matter, it has been Acton practice in the past that when the notification radius cuts into part of a condominium, the town likes to notify everybody at the condominium. So I wanted to point everyone who wanted to check that in the folder for the project, under application and updated abutter notification, there is the complete spreadsheet of all 270 of you who were notified, along with the Postal Service verification that the notification was made. And that's the way we would like to do it. It's the way we want to do it in the future. And again, apologize for screwing that up. The main points I wanted to cover here, first was about protecting the wooded buffer. And I wanted to thank the condo member or maybe members who sent us the pointer to the original Declaration of Restrictive Covenants. So this is also in the packet under staff comments, 1976 Plan and Covenant. These restrictions were put in by the Development Corporation when most of these parcels, including 62 Nonset, were all owned by the same entity. And the development entity wanted to make sure to protect the buffer around the village. As so many of you have mentioned, that was part of the draw. It was part of the original design of Nagog Woods, and it's an important aspect to keep alive. So this document describes the restrictions, it describes the buffer around the development where tree buffer can't be destroyed. However, very importantly, it describes for a number of the parcels, including parcel lot 24A, which is now 62 Nonset plus 45 Nagog, has the right to put in a driveway to access their lot from Nonset Path. That driveway can be up to 150 feet long. I'll note that if you look at the plans, the emergency access driveway is exactly 150 feet. So there's that. The other aspect about the emergency access road is a lot of you ask questions about what are the regulations, what are the rules, why does there have to be an emergency access right there? So this need is established again in a new letter from the fire chief, who is present, I believe, maybe, yes, hi Anita, and I can explain it more. If you want to study it, it's in the staff comments folder in a document called 45 Nagog Fire Access Road _signed.pdf. I'm not going to try to summarize it. I'm going to recommend that Chief Arnhem summarize it at some point, because a lot of you have not had a chance to read it since it just got put in the packet today. There were a lot of additional questions asked about the driveway, the emergency access road. Will the developer be allowed to use Nonset Path during construction? That's a matter between the condo and the developer. If you have and can find the restrictions that, clarify this road is only for owners or visitors, or, that excludes construction vehicles for projects that are not in Nonset, that's certainly something, that's a matter you can take up with the development. If you find that that restriction doesn't exist, then you could still have a conversation with them about, when that is okay and when is it not okay. A lot of people asked about the sidewalk. Will they need to remove the sidewalk? And how can they do that since it's privately owned? Here's my understanding from looking to the plan, but it would be great to hear from the applicant about that. Basically, they won't need to remove the sidewalk. They don't plan to, they don't need to. Emergency vehicles are perfectly capable of going over sidewalks. They do that all the time. Do emergency services need to have an easement to use Nonset Path? No, they go where they need to in the case of an emergency. Parking. Parking along Nonset Path will continue to be under the control of the condo. If parking is not allowed now along Nonset Path, which is my understanding from what I've heard from residents, it won't be allowed afterwards. Won't having another road create car traffic problems is a concern many of you had. So I want to clarify, and again, we should hear from the applicant on this. This is not proposed to be a regular paved road. At least the second to last plan that we saw showed pervious pavers, which are like little, think of them like Lego blocks with lots of holes in them that just go right on the ground. And then, underneath, on top of a base, and then get covered with either gravel or grass. And that road will be signed and gated to disallow access by non-emergency vehicles. So there won't be casual traffic going in that road. As the applicant noted, there is no lights on the plan. We as a board could consider adding a condition that that lights could not be added in the future along that access road without coming back to the board, and which would give the chance for the public to comment on lights. That's a matter for discussion. Can't the emergency access road be relocated? So the Chief Arnham's letter lays out the basic need for the access road to Nonset Path. But, why couldn't it be moved, away from like the mailboxes and the busy area? The problem there is there are wetlands just to the north of the emergency access. And, putting roads in wetlands is something we don't do in Acton. And also, there's this technical problem with, since that driveway is only allowed to be 150 feet long, and it's currently exactly at 150 feet. If you tried to like curve it around and make it end up somewhere else, it would end up being longer than 150 feet. The new lighting will impact residents. We heard a lot about that, a lot of concerns about lighting. I just want to remind us all of Acton's outdoor lighting bylaw, which has shielding requirements that allow light to be sent only downwards, not sideways, not up. And the emergency access road, as we said before, has no lights on the plan. I think that's enough. If we get into more details, well, here's, I guess when we get to the applicant answering questions, I would like to understand more about snow plowing plans. I didn't hear this from residents, but I do have a concern about how and whether the emergency access road gets plowed and where that snow gets put. But that was the only other thing. I think the other points were more minor, and I hope they come up, or people will be able to answer them by asking the applicant or asking me.
Thank you. I'll give the applicant an opportunity to respond to a couple of the questions that Jim has raised, if you're prepared to do so.
I believe I am, Mr. Chair, thank you. And if other members of the team need to step in and correct anything I say, please do so. I believe you're correct, Mr. Snuggergrant, that the fire lane is pervious pavers, grasscrete, something similar to that.
Thank you. My name is Frank McPartland with Dillis and Roy. I'm the civil engineer on the project. What we have specified, essentially what's a reinforced turf for this fire access. There is a sub-base similar to a standard road. On top of that is, it's almost like it's a HDPE, like hexagonal shape. And then into that is put topsoil, and then it's grassed. So it'll look like grass when it's complete. So there's no pavers to pop out. It's a kind of a uniform system.
Another point that came up is the right of the fire department. Of course, everyone has a general understanding that the fire department has the ability to respond to a fire as necessary. I want to emphasize, if I saw a reference in one of the letters to the board that apparently pickleball is popular among the elderly, and that's going to result in a higher demand for ambulance responses. I'm not aware that that's the case, but even were it the case, an ambulance isn't going to use this fire road because it would have to park, and then the paramedics would have to walk a football field to the front door where they could park in front of the door instead. This fire lane, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, is to give access to the back of the building in the case of a fire. So this is not going to be an access road that gets frequent use. This is hopefully an access road that will never be used. But if it is, it's not going to be frequent. It's not going to break down the sidewalk in the condo development. It's not going to result in numerous speeding fire trucks running down playing toddlers. This is a very, very last resort, hopefully never used fire road. So, but to the point, I would just cite the board to Chapter 89, Section 7A of the general laws, which protects the ability of emergency responders to use, quote, any traveled way, whether public or private, leading to the scene of a fire. That's what this is. Nothing more, nothing less. In terms of snow storage, again, tell me if I get this wrong, we would obviously defer to the fire department on what they want to see, assuming they want to see it plowed regularly. There's plenty of room at the end of the access road. The access road stops about halfway along the length of the building, and there would be plenty of room along the side of it and at the end to plow snow.
Yes, agreed. And per our order of conditions requirements, you can't store snow within the jurisdictional buffers to the wetlands. So there'll be no snow storage anywhere near the wetlands. Typically with a reinforced turf like this, they're generally snow blowed as well. So instead of plowing, because plowing can rip them up.
I think we covered the questions that came up, but if there's anything I missed, please let me know.
Okay, I'll open up to my colleagues. Alyssa.
So it's my understanding that the first two sessions that we had for this hearing, July 21st and August 25th, I believe, were the dates, are now, this is not a legal term, null and void. This is just my term, because of the abutter notification issue. So we really need to, I appreciate that you started with addressing a lot of the comments that were repeated in resident correspondence to the board, but we do need to cover all of the topics that we covered in the summertime. Before I do that, I do have my notes from those sessions. I just want to say that I appreciate that you started off by sharing that you too were unaware of the abutter notification. But I do believe that the board and everyone in this room and all of the folks who are watching at home and live in Nagog Woods deserve to know why the application for these permits listed only 45 Nagog Park Drive and not 62 Nonset Path, because had those two addresses been listed on the application, the abutters list that was generated by the assessor's office would have been much longer. And I want to be clear that I don't think it's going to serve anyone to play the blame game, and that's not what I'm doing. I just feel that everybody here really needs to hear an answer to that question.
And if I may, yeah, I had filled out those applications online, and that was our nomenclature for the project, was 45 Nagog Path. And that's what was filled out online for the select board use permits and the special permit. When I made the request for the abutters list, I included the assessor's label for both lots. So it was the 45 Nagog Park project request with lot, there would be lots B, trying to find my notes for that, but it's like B46 and B48, whatever that nomenclature was, that was listed on the request.
Thank you very much for sharing that. So can I just get into the questions that I asked this summer?
Sure.
So one of my questions was about the wastewater treatment plan and whether or not this project will be connecting to the Nagog Woods wastewater treatment plant. And if so, have you connected with the board of that facility and made whatever agreement is necessary to proceed?
Yeah, back in February, I reached out to Steve Noon, one of the members of the board of the NTF, and yeah, got approval for the allocation that we needed. Ultimately, took some time to make sure, but yeah, we've got it. Yeah.
So I still haven't seen that approval in the packet, and that was something that I had requested back in July. So if that approval is something that you have, I think it needs to be included in the materials that the board and the residents can see. And then another comment that I had made was there was a possibility of either donating funds into our sidewalk fund or repairing the sidewalk, and my preference is to have that sidewalk on Nagog Park Drive repaired rather than putting funds into the sidewalk fund.
And
One
if
of,
if
oh,
I
yeah.
may, on that, the final set of the design plans have the restoration of the sidewalk on Nagog Park for the entire frontage of the project.
Thank you. One of the special permits is to have relief from the parking space requirements. And I fully accept the analysis that was done and presented, justifying the number of vehicles that is expected at this facility and also the maximum number of vehicles that's expected at the church. But because that building also contains offices that are now vacant, were there to be any lease signed and people moving into that space needing parking, I definitely want to include in the conditions of the permit a plan for that. And I understand that you have an agreement with 43 Nagog Park Drive to lease their space. But the wording of the original permit that we've now rescinded is that any future occupancy of the currently vacant office space within the pre-existing building shall require an amendment. And I want to, if the rest of the board agrees, I want to make sure that it's explicitly stated that it's the applicant here that brings that amendment rather than any new tenant. Or the owner of the property, because it's the applicant who would be getting the permits approved. So I just think that needs just a couple more words by the applicant, if they're amenable to that. And then, this is not something that I discussed this summer, but Jim, because you mentioned the use of Nonset during construction, I just wanted to point out that in the covenant, it does allow use in connection with the construction and/or maintenance of buildings and related improvements on lots 24A and 26. And that is on page 3 of the covenant.
And I think I want to note, as far as construction goes, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but all construction activities have occurred on 45 and 62 Nagog, and there hasn't been any access from Nonset, correct?
The board did receive a photograph of the tree removal, and there was a vehicle on Nonset. So I just wanted to point out that it is covered in the covenant.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Morris, Pinnacle Construction, general contractor for the project. No, I'm told, as well, I haven't seen the pit photo, but there was some access onto Nonset Path during tree removal. I'll take that one. I thought Nonset Path was public road. Looks like, smells like public road. I'll take that on. But now my customer's directed me going forward, no access out that way. We'll put a fence up there. So from here forward, no access, as long as my customer tells me so.
Hey, David.
I just have one, I think, pretty simple question. For the steel-supported fabric buildings, are they generally, how translucent are they? How much light do they let through the 2 layers of fabric?
Mike Coons with Mogul DeStefano Architects. They're not very translucent. You can't see into them, you can't. There's a STC rating, there's insulation between the two layers of fabric that are outside of the steel structure. So it's not gonna glow.
We can't hear. Please speak
to the mic. You guys have to get pretty close to the mic.
So the buildings are not translucent, you can't see into them. There may be a little bit of light glow, but there shouldn't be, it's not gonna radiate and make it so it lights up the sky.
Thank you.
Fran?
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions that I've, read in emails. If you could speak to the snow removal of the actual structure. Does snow accumulate on the actual structure?
No, the structure, the roofs have a pitch, and so the snow will slide off the roofs like a normal roof.
Okay.
And the yard drains around the buildings are set up to account for any snow melt.
Excellent, thank you. Can I ask one more question? And also, as far as soundproofing, is there some sort of mechanism in place for soundproofing?
So the insulation is, it's two layers. So there's an exterior fabric, insulation, interior fabric, and then the structure. So there's the STC rating, I don't have the exact number, but you won't be able to hear anything outside unless you put your ear right up to it.
Thank you.
I think because it's been sort of an issue and raised repeatedly about the fire lane, I would like to ask the fire chief to come up and, because her memo just got to the packet very recently. While she's getting up, I just like to make some observations of what I've seen of similar sorts of fire lanes. There's one that I know of on Hayward Road, right beside Hart's Corporation, pretty much directly across the street from the daycare center, which I think is kind of a carbon copy of what the chief had in mind. It's the hardened material with concrete pavers with little voids in them to allow water and grass to grow through there. And that's also gated, I think for exactly the same sort of reason that she had in mind for why you need one here. Some of the other ones that I can think of offhand, there's one just on the north side of the Acton Memorial Library, right here in the Historic District. Again, used specifically for emergency access. That one's not gated, but there's a curb, so emergency vehicles can go over it, but they don't usually. So those are two that I can think of. Another one, which is not a fire access, but sort of a similar application, behind the public safety facility, we created a helicopter landing zone using the same technique. That zone is not used because they've upgraded the size of the helicopters, but a casual observance, even if you walk around on it, it's hard to see that there's even a hardened surface underneath it, but will support considerable amounts of weight. So I think this is not an unusual situation, and it's sort of about as eco-friendly as you can get that can support something like a fire truck. And I will defer to the chief to raise any points that she'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody. It's nice to see so many people here. I know you have some concerns. The need for a fire access road is governed under the Fire Safety Code, and specifically 527 CMR, the Massachusetts Fire Comprehensive Fire Safety Code, which is also known as the Life Safety Code. And that is our primary concern, is life safety, whether it be from fire or medical emergencies or rescues or anything like that. That's our primary concern. A fire access road allows secondary access to the buildings in the event if a road is blocked, or in the event limited access because multiple fire vehicles or police vehicles or emergency vehicles need to gain access to the site. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold, but the other thing is with a fire access, it's important to be able to access all sides of the building. And currently, if you come in through Nagog Park Drive, I'm sure you're aware, there's a number of speed bumps. The fire apparatus has to slow to quite a crawl in order to get over those speed bumps safely, because the apparatus is going to take quite a hit. We carry a lot of water, there's a lot of weight, things like that. So that slows our response everywhere on Nagog Park Drive. I know there was a mention that the ambulances are not going to use this. I can't guarantee that because it depends on what's going on. Our typical response is to have police, fire apparatus, the closest fire apparatus, and then the closest ambulance, available ambulance. Typically, the fire apparatus might arrive shortly before the ambulance, and they would have a key to unlock the gate to gain access if we needed it to the back side of the building, where there is an access door, I believe, unless plans have changed. And also just, if it's very busy in there, the parking lot, trying to maneuver around the parking lot, trying to get to different areas, it's important to have a secondary access road. It allows for better truck placement, especially, again, with the proposed parking lot. If there is some sort of a large event there, we would be calling in a number of communities to come with their apparatus, whether it be the pickleball, the tennis, or the building in front, and being able to stage apparatus to get in quickly is important. The FDC, which is the fire department connection to the building, is currently on the existing building on the back side of the building. And having direct access to that in order to supply a sprinkler system is extremely important. Sprinkler systems assist with knocking down a fire, but they can't necessarily put it out. They need to be augmented by a fire pump. So having direct access to something like that is extremely important. It is going to be secured by a gate, as my understanding. Fire department has specific locks that only fire apparatus has a key to, and it would be locked at all times unless we need to access it. I did supply to planning, I don't know, if it got put in the packet, 14 of the fire codes that allow for an access road, and some of the reasons for it. Our apparatus is very large. The swing radius or turning radius of some of the apparatus may not be able to get through the parking areas or some areas. So having a secondary means of access allows us to get our vehicles closer to where they need to be. Kayla, did those items make it into the packet?
They're not in the packet as of now.
All right, I have those available if anyone wants to see it. It comes under Chapter 18 of 527 CMR 1. And as far as plowing, we would expect that the access road would be kept plowed. We have other access roads. I think you mentioned Heartland. There's also River Street that has an access road along the side of it, similar type of paving. And you can't even hardly tell it's there unless you're looking for it. So from an appearance point of view, we will know it's there. You folks may or may not know it's there once the grass grows in. So I think it's a reasonable approach to putting in access for the fire department. As I said, we hope we never need it. Our goal is to never need it. So to make it look like it's nothing there, I think is an important aspect that's available to us. Other than that, I'm open to any questions if anyone has any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues for the chief? Thank you very much. Alyssa.
Thank you. So a couple of new things I'm wondering about are whether or not we should include, if it's not already there, a condition for maintaining the fire lane plowed of snow. I'm also wondering, because a lot of folks have mentioned the visual buffer that the woods had provided before is now gone. And I want to let everybody know, like Jim did, that I've visited from both Nonset Path and the Nagog Park side a couple of times. And I think that we could condition planting of evergreen trees or shrubs like rhododendron, because those are low and would fill that buffer back in, the green buffer. Obviously, the tennis and pickleball structure is very, very high, but it's going to be gray, I think, to sort of match the sky. Remember, we talked about that, but at least, you know, providing that green for people who are on the ground, feet on the ground would be nice. And then I'm also wondering, this is typically reserved for like battery storage systems to do a before and after sound test. But I'm wondering if that is something that the applicant would be amenable to conducting before the facility is built and then after, or I don't even know if that's something that's reasonable for the board to ask for. But it seemed to me that some folks were a little confused about what this facility would be. And some folks thought that maybe it would be open in the summertime. It's a completely enclosed facility. And we did have somebody speaking this summer who mentioned that he's been to another facility that's the same kind of structure, and you, standing right outside, you cannot hear. This is indoor play. So the sound that a lot of people complain about with pickleball, that's driving folks across the country mad, is not going to be something that residents experience with indoor courts. And then the last, I have a couple of questions. So in the application, there is mention of new gas service, and I just wanted to note that a waiver to the town's fossil fuel-free bylaw has been requested, and we've already held a couple of discussions about that. That's not really a question. I do have a question. One person noted, and I saw when I was on the Nagog Park side, that there were several trees in the L of the church/office building that were removed. And I don't know if they were there before, because the first time I ever showed up was November 2nd. But if they were cut as part of this project, I'm wondering why that was, because one of the conditions was to make every effort, and that's subjective, make every effort to keep all trees that are above a 6-inch diameter at breast height.
Would you like me to respond to that, Mr.
Yes, please.
My understanding is that the owner of the property requested that those trees which were encroaching on the building be removed. And our contractor did that, but it was directly billed to the owner. It was not Marcus Lewis that paid for that.
Okay. A couple of points, and I actually was on the site today, looked at it from both locations, and drove by and did see the recent removals of the trees very close to the existing building. And, you know, from my background as a certified arborist, they did look like they were pretty close to the building, so I could understand why an owner would want to have them removed. It's just the timing is unfortunate. Might have seemed like a good idea because the chainsaws were on the site, but probably not a great time as far as public relations go. Responding to Alyssa's comment about, additional landscaping and that sort of thing, I'll ask our town planner. I understand there's a landscape plan has been submitted and is being reviewed by our third-party consultant. And as I recall, there are some specific requirements for the amount of site imperviousness for landscape buffers. Could you speak to that?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair. I'm just opening up the plan right now that's been submitted. 1 second.
Kayla Sauer, our first month as planning director. Welcome, Kayla.
Right in the hot seat. Jim.
Oh, if you're ready, go ahead. I was going to ask a question if you were still looking for plans, but,
I'm all set, thank you.
okay, great.
So I did open up the landscaping plan. There is some improvements along the eastern portion of the site. Currently, there is no plans to improve the landscaping along the Nonset Path portion, and under the bylaw, there's no requirement because it is a street. Most of the requirements are about budding additional residential uses on the side, so that currently isn't a requirement.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues before we go on? Jim?
Yeah, a couple of tree-related questions. I think the first one actually is for Kayla. We're very new into this period of having our tree clearing bylaw activated, and I wanted to understand something about the process because it did come up in people's questions. So my understanding is that a tree removal plan was reviewed by staff and approved. Is that right? Did that happen?
From my understanding, so I was on leave, so I wasn't there,
Yeah.
but my understanding is that the conservation agent and the building commissioner and zoning enforcement officer were on site to review the plans.
Okay. The second part of that, which is, I don't think we have written in any process for verifying. So I wondered if staff would or could, if it was reasonable, go out and inspect to see if the cutting matched what was agreed to. People did notice, large trees at sort of the edges of what needed to be cut. It wasn't clear whether they were, actually in the path of the, emergency access or whether they were outside of it. I wanted to verify that no trees were unnecessarily removed, and if we have any way of verifying that after, now that the cutting's been done.
If the board would like, we could verify that with the applicant and visit the site.
Okay, thank you. David?
Just to comment on the landscaping, I'd be curious as to whether there's any place to put additional landscaping on the Nonset Path side. Like my colleagues, I've also been out to the site both over the summer and recently. And I'm not sure that there's any room for additional plantings. I don't see any plantable areas that on this piece of property that don't already have trees on them, or that don't really face Nonset Path. There are some additional plantings on the landscape plan, but they're not on the Nonset Path side. But I don't know if that's something that, how we're proceeding from here, but if there's an additional peer review and if there's a place to determine if there is a way to put additional landscaping or shielding, I'd be interested to know what that is, but it's just not obvious to me.
Thank you. Fran?
I don't want to be the odd man out. I also visited the site. And I just, I like Alyssa's idea. I know the bylaw doesn't, call for it, but some low-lying rhododendrons I can definitely see flanking the fire access Nonset Path. I think that would be really pretty. And people do things out of the niceness of their hearts, hopefully.
Thank you. Just food for thought. In my previous career, we had similar sorts of discussions when they built the new post office down at Post Office Square. And the way that was resolved as far as, speculating a year in advance as to, how impervious the view was going to be. We ended up, there was a condition written in that allowed a site walk after the existing plant material had leafed out again in the spring. And that was something that was site walk with members of, I think we had select board members, we had town staff, and we did open it up for input from the developer as well. Just to walk along in the site and see, it looks really bad right now, but it is not necessarily going to look that bad, especially as more sunlight gets into the forest floor that's been opened up. There will be quite a bit of refoliation. So that's a possible condition that we could always consider, do a site walk, post-construction. Alyssa?
So I have a question about the length of the fire lane, since there is a limit that's specified in the covenant. I know that the fire staff asked for that to be extended in the original plan so that it's alongside the building. And Jim, you said it's exactly 150 feet long now. Can we just get confirmation from planning staff that that is the case? Because I haven't taken a ruler and measured the plans using the scale.
While I look at that, I would turn it over to the applicant to speak to that.
Yes, so the fire lane going through the use limit line was 150 feet. And then we had extended, at the request of the fire department, that to the first exit door on I think that's on the tennis court building. So the length through the use limit was 150 feet.
Okay, so it's longer, but it's outside of the buffer.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, at this point, we'll open it up to comments from the public. As I said, we're going to try to keep this as expeditious as possible, 2-minute limit. Please, when you come up, identify yourself, make sure you use the mic, lean into the mic so that we can all hear.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tanya Trevison. I'm with Mirioni, Shaughnessy, and Udy, and I'm here on behalf of the Nagog Woods Community Corporation. As you know, they manage the village of condominiums with the 277 units within 4 buildings, which are direct abutters. I just want to thank you on behalf of of my clients that the board is willing to reopen this hearing and have the applicant present again and listen to the public. I do have a really brief slideshow on.
Yes, you can go ahead, and
Okay.
Tom will put that up for you.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that up. Okay, so first slide, please. This basically outlines the area that is proposed to be developed in red with Nonset Path in green, so we know where we're looking at here. Next slide, please. So this is the construction work that has been ongoing on Nonset Path when they were removing the trees. I do understand that the contractor has taken responsibility for being on the private way, but nevertheless, this was a trespass and should have been discussed access with my clients beforehand. With respect to pedestrian safety on this road, with the fire access, we understand the life and safety issues, of course, but to the fire chief's point, it is very likely that this will be used. So we are concerned about not just the fire safety vehicles, the ambulances, but the public also using this private way to drop off their children for tennis and lessons and the like, and to wait on that roadway while their children have lessons because of a lack of parking perhaps, or traffic, or just ease of access. The lighting also, that the questions that were brought up, there was no photometric plan provided. However, it was represented by the applicants that there may be a bit of light glow from the structure. We would ask that there be a photometric plan provided so that the neighbors can better understand what this bit of light glow is going to look like, and also with all the trees that have been removed, if the lighting, the existing lighting is going to trespass through that area. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the first picture shows how it looked before the trees were removed, and the second picture shows after, and this is taken from the postal mail pickup kiosk. Next slide, please, yes. This is another shot of the trees that have been clear cut. There's concerns about noise, especially, not so much the tennis, but the pickleball. I know as a racket sport player myself, in the summer months, the doors are often open to these facilities to increase airflow. And I would encourage the board to require the applicant to do a noise study of before and after. I did have a question about whether or not the applicant is seeking a variance because the building height exceeds the maximum height allowed in the office district. I understand that that's 36 feet according to section 5.2.7 of the zoning bylaw, and the developer is proposing 45 feet and 7/16 inches. Let's see. With respect to the tree clearing delay bylaw, it's not clear to me that the bylaw was in fact followed by the applicant. I know section AF2 of the new bylaw requires that a forest cannot be removed without a land disturbance permit, a site plan special permit, senior residence development, subdivision approval under Chapter 41, Section 81K and the like, the planning board's subdivision rules and regs, and Mass General Law, Chapter 40B. It's our contention that this did in fact constitute a forest beforehand, because it's defined as an area of 40,000 square feet or more dominated by trees with a canopy of 50% or greater. And here the Rackets facility measures approximately 70,000 square feet, which is within that definition of a forest. So we would request that there be plantings sufficient and in accord with the tree clearing delay bylaw, since these trees were removed unlawfully. Next slide, please. Just run through the rest of these. These are some more of the clearing shot so you can see how many trees have been removed. Next slide, please. There are stumps remaining along the area. We would ask that whoever the appropriate authority would be and to go and document what trees have been removed in accord with the plan that was provided by the applicant, and not just rely on the applicant to indicate whether or not it did in fact comply with the plan. Along that vein, we would request that the developer be required to post a bond security to ensure satisfactory planting of landscaping and survival for more than 2 years post-planting. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Miles Fidelman. I am a resident and owner at Nagog Woods. I'm actually a neighbor of Marcus as he owns a unit right next to mine. I'm also treasurer of Condo Association 3 at Nagog Woods, but I'm speaking for myself, but it gives me some perspective on some of the inner workings. First of all, I want to support the project. Marcus has been maintaining and paying us good money to maintain our current tennis facilities, which is income to the association, and maintains facilities that would otherwise not be maintained. And during the winter months, he provides free membership to Nagog residents to his facilities. He also provides a number of community programs. I'll also mention that, strangely, in the letter of concern that the Nagog Woods Community Corporation wrote to this board, they cite conformity with the Acton 2020 Comprehensive Community Plan, goals and objectives, as problematic. And I note that one of the key goals is to provide more opportunities for community gathering and recreation, which is exactly what this project will do. And personally, I would like to see it, better integrated with the current facilities, not kept at arm's length, because I actually see it as a public good. And finally, I think I'll just mention that, yes, I would like to see some buffer planting, trees planting. That seems only the right thing to do. But other than that, I'd like to say this is generally a good project. And I don't know why there is ongoing bad blood between some of our board members and Marcus, who is also a board member. And that seems to color things in ways that it shouldn't.
Thank you.
Carla Heiler, 531 Old Stonebrook in Nagog Woods. I actually have a very different take on this than probably most of the people in this room. I'm a little angry at the select board right now, because the last time I stood up here was to argue why McGovern Auto Group should not be tearing down a vital plaza that provided a community service to Nagog Woods. And you guys still let them put up a car dealership, despite the fact we said, you're gonna put up this big ugly white building that doesn't fit in, but you guys gave them the permitting to do that. And they never promised not to rip down the rest of the plaza for a second one, only that they'd come up for another permit. You guys, it was on you to inform us about this project. We can't go back and super glue those trees together. They're down. We can't do anything about that. But what you can do to kind of make up to us, in all honesty, because you're our elected representatives. We voted for you guys, or your opponents, but mostly we voted for you guys. I'm just gonna say, you guys, it would go a long way for somebody like me, as an Acton resident, to say, you know what? We are sorry, and to make it up for you, we understand that you guys need a buffer here now that these trees are done. The town of Acton will now contribute to doing that. This isn't on Marcus. Marcus did what he was supposed to do. He came to you, I'm gonna build this facility. It's not on Nagog's property. It's on somebody else's property. He did everything he was supposed to do. Whether we agree with it or not is a different story. You guys didn't do your job. You need to make it up to us. That's my take on this right now. And if you want to put in something about the planting, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. But I think it's on you guys, not on Marcus, to do that. Thank you.
Is this on? My name's Maya Minkin. I live on Minuteman Road. This is a place that is life-affirming. It serves hundreds, maybe thousands of people in our community. I find myself like aging in a town where there is very little space for healthy businesses to come in and flourish. There is a lot of bad development, a lot of stuffing of condominiums and ripping out of trees everywhere, all over town. It behooves us as a town to consider better development. It does fall to you to do so and your zoning board. This is a place that is going to extend life, bring joy to our town, bring people together, make community. I'm really sorry about trees that go down all over town. I'm sorry about bad signage. I'm sorry about bad roads. I'm sorry about really poor development all around us for more and more and more condos and more people. But this is a place that's going to serve all those people, and it behooves us to celebrate that and say yes to joy. Thank you.
Linda Vieira. I live at 441 Nagog Park Nonset Path in Nagog Park, and I have a slightly different take. I am very concerned about safety due to the additional traffic and congestion on Nonset Path. Nonset Path is a private way with no parking allowed on either side of the road. This road was simply not designed for the amount of traffic and congestion and people and noise from early morning to late at night that will happen as a result of this project. This facility would be much better suited for a commercial location and not a quiet residential area with limited traffic capacity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Whitty, 302 Trillium Circle in Acton. I've lived in Acton for 31 years. Started playing tennis as a beginner in 2006, and I've been working for Marcus Lewis Tennis Center for 20 years. The Marcus Lewis Racquet Club, which is now what it's called, is more than just courts. It's a vital center of friendship, exercise, and community. The motto is tennis for everyone, and it's fitting, seeing that participants range in age from age 4 all the way up to 84 and above. And I see it because I manage the front desk, and I see people every day come by, little kids and people in their 80s who are playing tennis. We've now added pickleball, which is an incredibly popular, fun, and social sport which allows the club to include even more area players. The physical benefits, as well as the social aspect of being on the courts, tennis and pickleball, is invaluable. I feel that this new facility will be a great resource to our already wonderful community. I hope that you will all support this project and help secure a vibrant, intergenerational future for sports and community engagement in our town. Thank you.
My name is Martha Belden, and I live in Nagog Woods for some 37 years. And I just want to make some points here that I've heard. I heard the fire chief concerned about speed bumps. We have speed bumps. I don't know whether people didn't notice them, but a fire truck coming up Nonset Path is going to have to maneuver over speed bumps. Depending on which way you come in, you hit more or you hit less of that. The other thing I need clarification on, and I think it's from you making a statement that I really couldn't hear. I had brought up the fact that I reviewed some documents, and then in fact, I found that I noticed that there were violations of certainly what the mission was and the desire was of these. I don't know whether there's a different covenant that you have with the Marcus Lewis Center that I didn't have access to, But certainly, these came from the use and special permit application, the decision, and also there was something from use and special permit on Nathaniel Ryan. I just went through all of them. And they say things like that the goal that it will protect the neighborhood and the town against serious detrimental offensive uses on the site and against adverse effect on the natural environment. Was that ignored? I have no idea what happened to that. And it says the proposed use and the use special permits as conditioned herein are consistent with the comprehensive community plan, will not be detrimental. I'm sorry, what? I'm up. Anyway, I think you know, it's in my packet that what I submitted. I just don't know what happened with those clauses, especially just this one, and then I'll sit down. The tree applicant should not clear cut any trees until they have the requisite permits for development and note the newly adopted general bylaws. My question was this done? Did you permit it? And you permitted it on basis of what? I don't understand. Finally, it's just a shame that hopefully that's never going to be used. All these trees were cut down. And it doesn't seem to me anybody was very creative about other options. It seems clear. And when Marcus's advertisements, bye.
Linda Onesko, 161 Split Rock, Nagog Woods. It isn't about people having a nice place to exercise and play tennis, play pickleball. There are a number of other venues in towns and the surrounding towns. It's about the placement of it. It was about the taking down of the trees, the impact. That is what, and I live near there. 6:30 in the morning, they were out there just clear cutting the land, and I was startled about that. So it's not about the tennis players and the pickleball players, including the ones who live in Nagog and the ones that don't. It's about the impact on our community that has been there for over 50 years now, and that was structured in a certain way with keeping a certain environment. Thank you.
Good evening, Angela Valou, 515 Tumbling Hawk in the village of Nagog. I also wrote a letter, and I just want to reiterate a few points. Village of Nagog Woods is one of the first, I think the first community like it in all of Massachusetts, so it's a historic area in its own right. And I asked you, how would you like to have this industrial building next to the town hall here? It just doesn't fit. Doesn't fit in our community either. I'm a tennis player. It has nothing to do with tennis or tennis facilities. It's about, like Linda said, placement. There was no lighting plan when I looked at the documents. They said there would be a wall pack on the building. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's floodlights, but the road does curve right there, and if the floodlights are shining out, it will go into the cars' oncoming traffic and obstructing vision. We've talked, I think, enough about landscaping. The fire lane, I don't think any other lanes were considered, even after what the fire chief said. The road comes in, and there is a road or partial road that goes right around the existing church right now. Why can't that be a fire lane? And it goes right back out. That would solve a lot of these problems. And why couldn't it go the other way into the already office parks that are there? Why couldn't it just have been directed that way? Then you wouldn't have this issue that we're having of it encroaching on our community. And I think the other issue was that Mr. Lewis is on our board, and he's also on our Condo 3 representative, Condo 3 Association board, and he never gave anybody notice. I think had he made some attempt to let people know, we wouldn't have this uproar. Why wouldn't he have let us know that this was coming down the road? And it would affect us in that we would have to have discussions about the fire lane. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Susan Bisson. I live at 391 Pinecone Strand in Nagog Woods. I'm a recent resident in Nagog Woods, and part of the reason I chose to move there is because it's serene and quiet, as I wrote in my letter to you. My concern is safety and also congestion, and the way drivers enter our off of Nonset Path into the clubhouse area. I had occasion to be in the parking lot today for about a half an hour and saw at least 10 cars drive through, some of them very quickly. One car exited going the wrong way. People tend to, in my experience, not really respect that they're coming into a community. These cars were clearly picking up people who were playing tennis, perhaps children, and then speeding along out. I wonder if there can be any assurances from Marcus, hello Marcus, that we will really preserve that aspect of our community, that people will not be able to speed through Nonset Path and drive really unsafely. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Gata, and I live at 398 Pinecone Strand in Nagog. I've lived there for 32 years. I went old school today. I didn't know we could send photos, so I actually printed them out on board. I just wanted you guys to see the before and afters of the area. So you can see how green it was and how it is absolutely clear cut edge to edge. There is not a single, it goes right up to the silt fence. So that is the area, just so you all can see. The other spot, which I know Tanya put up, was this one. And when you drive up Nonset Path, coming from the clubhouse, all you see is this gaping hole of blue sky, which will very soon be a giant, or two, giant gray structures. I think what disappoints me the most is that we sort of have this oasis. Nagog is a community that is in, we're in basically like, to me, more of a commercial area. We're on very busy Route 2A. We don't have the luxury of being Patriots Hill or, these beautiful neighborhoods set in super quiet spots. We are on 2A, which is commercial. So it's our little oasis, and I feel like our little oasis has sort of been taken away. When the development was planned originally, they put the tennis courts that were lighted down by the clubhouse, which were nowhere near the residences, and that was done on purpose. That was done on purpose so that we couldn't hear anything. Now we're going to be right smack dab in the middle of our property, is not in the middle of it, but on the edge of, but in the middle on the edge, is going to be this new development with 6 tennis courts and 8 pickleball courts. So, if I have that right. So that's my concern, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kate Chung, 254 Brown Bear Crossing. Resident of Nagog, also avid tennis and pickleball player, and I'm actually kind of excited for this project, but I do think there needs to be greenery to hide the building. My comments are actually more about North Acton in general. When I first moved to North Acton 25 years ago, you could walk to multiple restaurants, and there was even clothing stores and things like that. And now some of those restaurants have been torn down for a car dealership. And I've just at the last meeting learned that the convenience store is going to be torn down for trade shops, plumbers, electricians, I don't know what. And I just want the board to pay more attention to the residents of North Acton and making it have more places to go. And actually, tennis is one of those things, so I'm happy about that. But, the decline in shops and restaurants concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand we've got 1 or 2 callers online. Tom, if you could let them in?
Hi, this is Tara from over here on Mass Ave, not anywhere near my house, but I do have several comments. May I proceed?
Okay, we can hear you.
My comments about joy made a difference to me, and the comment about intergenerational gatherings also made a difference. But I urge the select board to treat North Acton as a village, not as an industrial opportunity. I caution people who press for inclusiveness in other neighborhoods to be more accommodating about traffic and more people in their known neighborhoods. But I also feel like Nagog is really special, and I urge the Acton Select Board to relook at the Affordable Housing Trust in the hopes that we can buy down these units to keep them, because it's such an ideal place to live, I know personally. There are laws in place to protect the community, and I urge the lawyer who was speaking for the condo village to look into a couple things. The requirement for the fossil fuel bylaw has not been issued. The permit for that has not been issued. So all permits had not been issued. The onus is on the applicant to ensure that permits are appropriately issued before removing trees. They put the wrong address in the application. The permit was not properly issued. Not the town's fault. It's the applicant's fault. So I love the idea of the bond for landscaping, but also hope that the town require that the mitigation covered under the tree clearing bylaw be put in
30
such
seconds.
a bond. Yes. I also prefer that staff measure and monitor, because the question by a select board member about what was happening on the site, staff pointed the applicant to answer. I don't think that's appropriate. I feel like it's super important for staff to inspect, because staff is an important firewall to the applicant. And I also urge the required noise levels to not increase, so that there's something to measure before and after. The tree plan that I think was issued was by the Conservation Commission and does not follow the tree clearing mitigation bylaw that was just passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online? Okay. I guess we'll just interrupt and take one more comment.
Sure. Hi, Sarah Weber, 9 Tupelo Way in Acton. I've been a resident since 1992. To respect your wishes, I'm not going to repeat anything that was said. I'm just up here to say I strongly support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, I guess.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Liz Reinhardt, 160 Split Rock, over 25-year resident in Nagog and currently the president of the Nagog Woods Community Corporation Board. I appreciate having listened, and I won't repeat all of the landscape comments that you've had so far. I do want to make a comment, though, and that is that I think the unfortunate part about the fact that we did not receive notice prior to the original site plan approval is that there was not the iterative process with the public, which would have hopefully resulted in some mitigation. I don't think any of us are opposed to healthy living, tennis, outdoor sports, or indoor sports. The issue here is that this plan was not as well cited as it could have been, and that as a result, we're paying catch up. And so I hope what you'll do is take seriously the request for a third-party confirmation that landscaping be included in the site plan as you reissue it, that there be third-party verification, particularly that if trees were unnecessarily torn down or cut down, that they are replaced by mature trees, and that you ensure the third-party verification. Because again, this flows from citing and from lack of public comment. So I think you did not appreciate how significant that buffer was and how significant what looks like excessive cutting has created for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I think we've had plenty of time for public comment. I look to my colleagues to see if any of my colleagues have any final comments. Jim.
Yeah, I've been taking notes as we go about possible conditions, but some of them involve questions for town staff that I wanted to ask now. The first one was we did have a condition about submitting a lighting photometric plan with specs for the fixtures. And that has been done now. We do have that in hand. But the question was raised about the translucent structures. And how can we specify a plan, a photometric plan that includes the impact of the glow from the structure? Is that something we've seen before, done before? How would we go about understanding the impact of the glow on the structure?
That's not something that I've seen before. A photo showing what it would look like. Potentially the applicant could provide an image of what it would look like, for example, at night, coming from the structure, if that's available.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll invite other members of the team to jump in. I want to emphasize one thing. The nearest condominium building to this access road is several hundred feet away. You're only going to see the building. Someone said, they showed you pictures. First of all, there were pictures taken in the height of summer and then in the fall after tree clearing. So please bear that in mind when you see green and brown. But putting that aside, one very short section of the road, if you're driving down the road at night, maybe you'll see the building in a slight glow from inside. From no other portion of the condominium development will it be visible because of existing trees and distance. That approach, if you're traveling westbound on Nonset Path, yeah, maybe you'll be able to see down the road 150 feet or more to the building. But that's the only perspective from which you're going to see this building. I think anyone can drive by. There are tennis bubbles all over the state. It's not like there's this, ambient glow that's lighting up the skies like the aurora borealis. I mean, can you see it? Sure. Can you see the lights in your neighbor's window when you go by at night? Sure. I don't think requiring a new photometric study or any additional imposition of conditions based on the interior lighting is warranted. Is there anything you'd like to add about the interior lighting?
The interior lighting is downward facing, not upward facing. It's not direct, indirect. It's directly down to the playing surface. Yeah.
Jim?
That will lead to a discussion by the board, but let me move on to another issue. Dean mentioned another project where we had a site visit after construction and after leaf out to consider, any additional, planting. And is that language that you are familiar with or could imagine constructing?
Dean, do you know what was the project that was for?
It was before you were born, Kayla. It's the building that's now the post office on Post Office Square. Roy Smith was the developer for it. So it was probably the very early 90s. But there is a site plan decision on it. If you go back far enough and find the vellum and parchment.
We could look into that for the board if you'd like.
The next question for the planning director was, we had an assertion that the building is taller than allowed in that zoning district. So I wanted to get your read on that.
That's a great question. When the application actually first came in, they actually applied for a variance in the very beginning. And the issue is how the zoning bylaw determines height. It's actually from the mean of it. So if it's pitched, you're taking it from that mean point, not from the very height, the top of it. And so they were actually under the 45 feet maximum because of that and didn't need the variance.
Great, thanks. When it comes time, I have a short list of potential conditions that people have mentioned that the board could discuss, but it may not be the right time for that.
Thank you. Comments from others? Alyssa?
So my requested conditions were to do pre and post-construction sound testing and to have plantings that are low, that are going to fill in the spaces between the trunks, because there is a solid wall of trees if you look at it at the right angle. I understand that there's the gaping hole if you're on Nonset Path. That can't be filled in because it's going to be a fire lane. But if you're standing at the mail kiosk, looking across, it's a solid line of trees, but you can see through them because they're so tall and the leaves are up above, just like my backyard. So I'm thinking that shorter evergreen plantings that could fill in that space and provide the visual barrier for folks that are standing in the road or at the mail kiosk or on the playground. And I don't know if it's allowed or reasonable to require a bond security, but I think that definitely verification that the planting plan has been, the landscaping plan has been followed. But if it is something that the town is permitted to condition a permit on, having a bond security to ensure that the plantings survive for a couple of years, because obviously they do need tending, watering, et cetera. So I think that was it, the sound and the plantings. Yep.
David?
First, are we into discussion and should we end the public hearing?
Why don't you make points?
Okay, so for the sound measurement, we'd have to decide, I think, what we're measuring. When you say before and after,
Ambient.
yeah, do I just go there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon before they start the construction on some Wednesday, and go 3 o'clock in the afternoon after they're done with the construction some Wednesday?
Well, you wouldn't, David, but the sound engineer would. So it's typically done by sound engineers for projects like a battery that might hum. And there's laws about how much above ambient a particular project can exceed. And then there would have to be mitigation, because obviously it would be constructed and in operation, so there would need to be sound dampening, something put in there. But I don't know exactly when they do it, on what days, how often, et cetera.
So, but I want to understand what we're measuring. Are we measuring people at play versus no people at play? Are we measuring the sounds of the fans in the HVAC system? Right? I want to know what when I said 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the day that the construction's done, there's not going to be nobody playing on the day that construction's done, right? I want to understand what we're measuring and what it makes sense to play before, and also what it makes sense to do legally, right? For other usage of structures, do we ever measure the sound of the use, or do we measure the sound of the building? right? And I understand the sound is the fans and batteries. I completely understand that. I understand the other sounds that are outside, but I want to understand if we're going to put it in a condition, I want to understand exactly what the condition means. The landscaping plan, I'm very sympathetic with having a buffer here. I just want to, again, do it right. Planting, what plants can go between the trees along I assume we're talking about the trees that are kind of between the access road and Nonset Path. When the access road goes off at an angle, at the beginning of that, the trees are thinner because there's less depth, and then they get a little thicker. I don't know, can we, is it, Dean would know the answer to this more than me. What things can we plant between trees? What things are likely to grow there? So I would be happy to have a proposal in the landscaping plan that's, verified by the tree warden or something that is being a reasonable proposal. Or as someone suggested and Jim was talking about, or as Dean suggested and Jim was talking about, the going out for a site walk in May or something like that and see, because Dean had said earlier in the discussion that the undergrowth of the forest will naturally come up when exposed to more light. So again, I want to know what that means and what can go there. Finally, I'll say for the things like for sound and lighting, I'm wondering if the architect can supply us with specs from the building, whether the building has light and sound transmission specs, and if they could be given to the planning department, and then we can use those.
Yeah, we can request those.
Thank you.
Fran?
I just have a question and I don't know if it's for the town side, but what does third-party verification look like? I don't.
The what?
Third-party verification?
Well, is it, we've got a consultant that comes out and does plan reviews for us extensively, and the peer review that I saw most recently was about 6 pages. I think it dealt heavily with stormwater and that sort of thing. And there was some mention somewhere in the packet about, a review of the landscaping plan being done by a consultant as well, which I haven't seen anything back on that yet. But I do have a couple of comments that I can make in that direction. I have here, and this is also in the packet, is the review memorandum dated July 15th, 2025 from the Design Review Board. And I'll point out that 2 of the professionals on that board are actually landscape architects. And one of the comments on the second page, well, there's a couple of comments. DRB, Design Review Board, in general feels the proposal is well thought out. The proposed buildings are contemporary, clean designs appropriate for their purpose, and site redevelopment as proposed is logical and appears responsive to the existing site conditions. The following are specific comments, recommendations offered to the proponent team. And the first one specifically addresses the landscaping issues. Landscape plantings are proposed fronting the clubhouse. New trees should be native species, have a minimum 3-inch caliper. New shrubs should be a mix of number 7 containers for 5 to 10 foot height shrubs and number 5 containers for 3 to 5 foot height shrubs. I think that when we get into any conditions we want to put in here, we probably should, although this specifically talked about landscape plantings at the front of the building, I think some of this verbiage probably could be incorporated in perhaps some of the mitigation plantings we might consider. The other couple of observations that I made when I was out there driving around, indeed, Nagog Woods condominiums is residential on one side of the road. On the other side of the road is commercial development, including there's an office building immediately adjacent to this site. And obviously, when the leaves drop off, as you look up towards Nagog Park Drive, you see lots of buildings, including Insulet and the others. So, you know, you're in a borderline here. It's residential right up against commercial, and, you know, you will find these sorts of things. Couple of thoughts that I've got about many concerns were raised about traffic and pedestrian issues on Nonset Path. Nonset Path, although half of it is public and half it's private, was built to subdivision standards. I'm not sure how wide the full right-of-way width is. It's probably 40 feet. It's probably 26 feet of pavement. It's actually, the paved surface of the road actually is wider than many of the existing colonial roads in Acton, including the one I live on, which is immediately adjacent to the high school. So, and there is a sidewalk there, and I think it's, you know, imperative that people use the sidewalk. But I'm not terribly concerned with, you know, an overuse of traffic on that road. It's actually well-aligned and pretty good shape. My request to Marcus Lewis, and this might end up as a condition, the most rational way for somebody to drop off somebody and pick up their kid at this facility is from Nagog Park Drive. I don't think many people are going to be parked on Nonset Path and waiting for the kids to walk down the fire lane. And part of my thought process on that is, and it's no surprise to those of you who live in the neighborhood, it's not easy to pull out on Route 2A and turn left or right from Nonset Path at either end. It makes so much more sense for anybody dropping off their kids to use Nagog Park Drive, which is a signalized intersection, and you can make the turns. So I would hope that as this facility gets into operation, that the operators encourage all of the people dropping their kids off, use Nagog Park Drive. And I will endeavor to figure out some kind of wording that we put in as a condition, you know, encouraging people to use that as the access point, because it's frankly the only sensible point. I was out there at 2 o'clock this afternoon, attempted to turn out on Route 2A at the other end, at the public end, and rather than turn towards Concord, I gave up and turned right and went through Littleton in order to get home. You know, that's the reality of it. Why would anybody do that voluntarily if they've got a perfectly good signalized intersection, admittedly with some really nasty speed bumps on it? So I would encourage Marcus to look at that, and we'll certainly try to incorporate that wording in as well. Do we have any other comments from my colleagues? We might just close the hearing. David.
Yeah, just very briefly, one more thing about landscaping. I said in the comments at the very beginning of this process that when I was out there, I didn't really see where there was room for additional plantings. I admit that I was making assumptions as to where the actual property border was. There's certainly room to put plantings on what I assume is the Nonset Path right-of-way. I don't know what kind of agreement could come to have them put landscaping that's not on the tennis facilities property, right? You know, they'd have to put plantings in the Nonset Path right away. The fire access road is really sandwiched in between the border of the Nonset Path right away and the wetlands. And maybe some things could go on the wetland side, I don't know. I'm not an expert of what is, CONSCOM would allow or whatever. But that wouldn't really block the view to the, up the road either. So I'm happy to have some kind of professional propose, something that could work here. Again, either the applicant's landscape architect or reviewed by our tree warden or something. But I think it would be hard to conditionalize that unless we knew that it was possible to do on the site.
Alyssa?
Can we ask if the applicant would be amenable to returning to the DRB for specifically landscaping a buffer area along Nonset? Or have they already sufficiently covered that?
I would certainly think, well, I see some communications going on there. What might the applicant be willing to do?
No, when you were asking about the plantings, David, you mentioned correctly, I had actually asked my team about additional plantings that we could do, and the area of greatest concern is that, as you said, much of it falls outside the area, and I said, well, what about planting, some white pines where the trees are? And my understanding is, if you try to do that, where you've already got trees, then they're not likely to take hold. That's what I was told. But look, I would love to be a good neighbor, it's unfortunate how this whole thing turned out. But I'm about now and moving forward, I will do, again, what I can do. So I'm certainly open and amenable to, some suggestions, that's all.
If I could, Mr. Chair, if I could speak to this condition and maybe just a couple of the others that have been raised. It doesn't have to be now, but just before you close. It can be now if this is a good time.
I think we'd probably like to close, so if you've got anything to say.
Okay, great. So with respect to the additional landscaping, if the board's inclined to impose any sort of condition, I would just ask that it be contingent on approval by the fire chief and the Conservation Commission, so we're not caught between a rock and a hard place. I really don't think there's a lot of room in there. It's a narrow right-of-way, essentially, and if there were any room, it would be along the right-hand side, and at best, it would sort of reduce that visual corridor by a few feet. I don't know how effective that's going to be, but we don't have an objection, I don't think, to planting some evergreens there, as long as we're not then going to run afoul of the requirements of the fire chief to not have overgrowth intruding on that fire access road. So if the board were inclined to impose any sort of additional landscaping condition in that area, we would just ask that there be recognition that it's only if there's agreement from the fire chief. So if the fire chief then says, no, we don't have to come back a third time. With respect to a bond, I submit that the applicant has not given the board any reason to doubt that it's going to comply with conditions. A condition to maintain the landscaping, I think, is more than sufficient. A bond has to be renewed every year with a new premium every year. We'd be talking about replacing some trees and shrubs. And this isn't a situation, often you see a subdivision require a bond because the developer sells the lots and moves on. That's not the case here. This is an applicant who has been and will be a part of this community, isn't going anywhere. So I submit there's no reason to impose any sort of financial surety. With respect to a sound study, where would we be measuring? Not only, do we have to make sure all the courts are in use when we do it? Are we measuring at the mail kiosk so that someone getting their mail doesn't have to hear the occasional ball being hit by a racket? Or are we measuring at the closest residential condo, which is hundreds of feet away, separated by vegetation? I submit that there's no evidence before you to suggest that it's necessary, and I don't know how it would be managed. And then with respect to third-party verification, I do note that the board's previous approval, condition 3216, requires a stamped as-built plan. I don't think an engineer is going to risk his stamp so that my client can surreptitiously cut a few more trees than he needs to and get away with it. I don't think you need to impose anything more. This applicant has not given the board any reason to distrust it, just doubt its good faith, doubt its commitment to see through its commitments and to build the project as approved. And so I would ask that none of those conditions be imposed. I do think a condition to plow the fire access road is more than reasonable, and we would certainly accept that.
Thank you. Alyssa?
I don't agree that we should ask for a third-party verification, but I do agree that the zoning enforcement officer and planning director should go out and verify that the tree clearing was done according to the plan. We can consider that a third party because it's not the residents of Nagog and it's not the applicant, it's the town. We're the third party, and I think staff can handle that.
Thank you.
We would be fine with that, Mr. Chair.
Jim?
I had a question for David, because I'm trying to understand if we're okay to close. You asked for information on the sound and the light from the building, sort of the technical information. Is that going to, is there a chance that that information would change the conditions you would come up with?
So it kind of depends on where we go from here. If a final document's to be produced that we vote on at the next meeting, I'm happy to, for me, right, to review the specs in the interim and bring up an issue if I have one when we review the draft order of conditions. Right, so you can go forward. What I'm saying is I would suggest you go forward with the draft order of the conditions. I would love to see the specs. If I thought one of the specs might change my mind, anybody else can review them too, obviously. I would bring that up when we came back to the conditions. Does that make sense?
I think so. Maybe it's a question for Kayla. Can we if we close the hearing, can we get further technical information from the applicant and have that be part of our deliberations? Or do we need to stay open until we have all the information we want?
I would recommend staying open if that's the case, if the board wants that information before voting.
David?
So, given all these things with the landscaping, I like the walk idea in the spring the best. And the reason I say that is, first of all, we can see whether what's happening in real life and whether things are coming up. And what we may need at that time is some kind of accommodation between whoever owns the right-of-way for Nonset Path and the Marcus Lewis Tennis Center. So, for example, if, some people said some low shrubs, they may be planted street side of the trees. But there would need to be an agreement that would be allowed. And I think it's hard to determine what would be allowed without all the parties walking together, and it makes sense to walk together after the trees are back, leafed again. Anyway, I like, of all the possible solutions to the landscaping, I like that one the best.
Jim?
Given that, I would recommend that we keep the hearing open, return to it at a future meeting soon, to, work out the last of the details on the conditions. It also gives both the applicant and all these people who have commented a chance to, consider all this information and see if they have any additional input. Since they were, since many of the abutters were frozen out of the first process, which had 3 hearings, it seems reasonable to me to have at least one more meeting where it's open to public comment and applicant comment.
So I'm looking ahead. The next scheduled meeting we have of this board is Monday, December 1st. And I know I would dearly like to get this thing closed, if not tonight, then by then, so that everybody can move on and time's wasting on the construction period, because no matter what conditions we come up with, I think everybody understands that this facility is going to get built. We're certainly going to make sure that there are conditions put on there that, to the maximum extent necessary and allowable under zoning, will protect the neighborhood. But I think, it's the use of a private piece of property that certainly passed all of the zoning criteria when we started all this. So I don't want to unnecessarily delay the process of the project, and I don't think it serves anybody any good to sit there and look at the thing. You'll probably never see a site that's going to look any worse than it does right now. So, let's move on. So I'll look to town staff to see if we can accommodate anything.
We have a few different items on the first that would take up the normal public hearing slots. We could slide it in later in the evening, but this was a 7 o'clock hearing and it's 9 o'clock. So that could happen that night too, and then, so it's just something that we need to think about. Could the board clarify for me, Kayla, maybe have it locked in, but exactly what additional information you need us to provide before you need to close the hearing?
I think David has some requests. I'm satisfied with what I've heard so far.
Well, I'm generally satisfied, but we don't have the list of conditions written up, and I would like to review those. If we come into the meeting next time with the list of conditions drafted, which I think we definitely should, then it's just a matter of tweaking those conditions if any of us thinks they need to be tweaked, and then closing the hearing and voting. So that's what I would like to do, because I'd like to see the final thing. I mean, I think Jim's been compiling all the stuff we've been saying, and I think we couldn't vote tonight because we do not have a reviewable list of conditions, right?
But David's asking for specifically 2 items, which is why Kayla is suggesting that we keep the hearing open. And what are those?
Yeah, really, the one item is to get the specs for the building as far as sound and light transmission. And I'd just propose that we do a walk in the spring. If that's doable in the post office square standard, then I think we should do that. But that's just me, right? I don't know what the rest of you all think.
So I just wanted to kind of review what the options are for the board moving forward. So there's the option where you close the hearing tonight, but don't vote on it. And I could prepare, we already have a decision from last time, but I could prepare a list of the new conditions that you all discussed tonight to include in that decision to come forward at another meeting. The second option is what you all have been talking about right now, where you keep the hearing open. And we do the same process where I bring you the decision at an upcoming meeting with those conditions outlined. So it's really just the difference between keeping the public hearing open or closed and whether you think that's worthwhile.
personally, I'm comfortable closing the hearing, as long as I can see the specs. If you're saying that new information can't come in, then I would like to leave the hearing open.
For the board's review in approving the permit, the specs couldn't be included in your decision? Couldn't, if the hearing was closed?
Oh, okay, so I think we should continue the hearing with, until December 1st. Now, John is frowning.
Yeah, so the specs are being requested to understand how loud and bright the building will be?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a pretty good understanding of what this building is, but we have some people with concerns about this, and I think some of the things are difficult to measure, right? I said that I don't know how we would measure the sound, when we would choose to do it before. You know, their attorney has said, you know, how many courts have to be in play. I think that's quite difficult to spec out in the conditions, but reviewing the specs of the building is not hard to do, right? I would like, you know, and if there are any concerns that any of us have before next time, we can give questions back to Kayla, and she can give them to the applicant, and we can have all that information to go with next time. And if there are no concerns in the end after any, you know, after reviewing, we can just vote to approve the draft decision.
Kayla, does that seem like it's going to work?
However, the board wishes to
It's up to the board.
proceed.
All right, Fran?
Is there a way to have another special meeting sooner than December 1st?
Well, we've got this thing called Thanksgiving in between now and then. I think it would be difficult. Alyssa?
So getting the building specs to understand how loud, how much sound and light is produced by this facility is not something that I recall the board requesting for other similar projects. Right, our lighting plans for projects have to comply with our laws. And even though I'm the one who suggested a before and after construction sound test, I am convinced that the difficulty, the complexity of that, and also I don't even know if it's a legal thing for the board to require. So I'd be in favor of closing the hearing tonight because, I mean, there's all sorts of commercial properties all over town, many of them on 2A, which we've never requested specs that, you know, end up factoring into a decision. I mean, we specify like when, you know, the lights in the parking lot have to be shut off or dimmed to 50%, you know, an hour after business closed, things like that. But just the building in and of itself and what, you know, noise, the air, the fans, generators, other things, and lighting that comes from inside the building. I mean, I think about all of the car dealerships all over town, and their showrooms have lights on inside 24/7, so this will not be anything like that.
I will agree with you on that. I'd be in favor of closing. You know, I think the applicant's already indicated that, you know, the building is 2 layers of fabric with insulation in between. You know, although my 2 layers are actually wood, that kind of sounds like the construction of my house. So I'd be in favor of closing the hearing and moving on with this. So I entertain a motion.
I move to close the public hearing.
I second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any comments? Jim?
Yes, since I'm about to vote against it, I think I should probably say why. Basically, we have a number of permits in front of us. The site plan special permit doesn't give us a lot of ability to explore special conditions, but the use special permit does. So yeah, I'm fine with the notion of getting sound information and light information about the building, especially the light information. I mean, the reason we've never required this before is we haven't permitted a structure like this before. And so I'm okay. I don't think it'll make much difference in the timing either way, so I'm happy to be outvoted. But it does seem to me that it's closer to the intent of a use special permit to make sure we wait for all available information to come in and to consider clauses that we would not consider if it was just a site plan special permit.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, I generally agree with Jim. I don't think it'll make any difference at all to the timing. The only thing that could happen is there's something else that we understand that would cause us to add or tweak one of the conditions in the draft. We don't have anything to vote on for a draft decision tonight unless we're going to have Jim read from his notes, which is, I think, not a good idea here. So I don't think it makes much difference. I'm going to vote against this as well.
All right, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Nay?
No.
Abstentions? Okay. 3-2 in favor of closing the public hearing. Thank you. And hopefully we can get this back, find a time, Mr. Manager, where we can get the draft in front of us so we can review it on that December 1st meeting. It's going to be a long night. Jim?
If it would help, I'd be happy to say out loud what I think the conditions were that we're talking about, just so we, planning and everybody has a list. Keeping snow off the access path, all the existing conditions that were already in the original permit, like maintaining the landscaping. In the conversation we've had so far, I feel like the thing about landscaping has mostly been about, we've been moving in the direction of having this post office square style condition where we look at it in the spring with the involvement of the fire chief and the conservation commission or the conservation officer to consider additional planting requirements. And I think for the thing about whether the cutting was done correctly, I don't think we need to put that in as a condition. I think we already have the legal means we have a bylaw that allows us to enforce a situation in which someone has cut trees unnecessarily. So, I think we can just ask staff to go check out, see whether there was any violations, and we already have a mechanism there for enforcing that. The other things I heard were about encouraging people to, having the applicant somehow publicly encourage people to visit the facility from Nagog Road rather than Nonset Path. The things about sound, when I think about what state legal requirements are for sound, I'm totally confident that this building will meet those standards. So I'm not worried about what that condition looks like, or even if there is a condition. What else? Oh, Alyssa earlier mentioned adjusting the language of the parking condition, which to require that either it's the applicant or probably some legal phrase about, if the applicant gets bought out by some, if the owner of it's the owner of the business that would be doing it, whether that's Marcus Lewis or some, imaginary future entity. I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you. I thank everyone for their courtesy, their attention, and their patience.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Item number 7, approve changes to other post-employment benefits, OPEB policy.
Thank you. So I referenced this earlier in the budget presentation that I wanted the board to consider a revision to the OPEB policy that it approved about a year and a half ago. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. That is basically all the public employees get a pension if they meet certain requirements, but cities and towns are also required for paying for retirees' health insurance and some other minor insurances. Mostly in Acton, it's just health insurance. So we have an OPEB liability for all the people that work here now, like us, and all the people that work here now, when they retire, we're on the hook for paying for 50% of their health insurance for the rest of their lives, and their spouse in most cases. So that is something that we need to fund. In 2012, there was a pretty good process that a working group, many of you may remember that, an OPEB working group was established, and in 2012 came up with a good strategy to address the unfunded liability, and pretty aggressively pursued it over the last 12 to 15 years. So much so that we have $13 million set aside in our OPEB trust, and it makes us, or it puts us, according to our most recent actuarial analysis, we're about 58% funded of our unfunded liability, which is pretty good. I think that puts us ahead of many communities in the state and probably in the country in terms of where we are with that critical liability. And until last year, we hadn't taken money out of it. But just last year, we started putting money in, putting 600 in and taking 600,000 in and then taking 300,000 out. So there's a net contribution of 300,000, but we were also using it to start to pay for health insurance for retirees because we have retirees now that we're paying for their health insurance. We spend about 1.1 million, a little bit more than that, probably next year, on health insurance plans for retirees, and we have been funding that entirely out of the operating budget. But the board approved a policy last year that allowed for us to start using an incremental approach to that cost sharing. I think that's worked out pretty well. It makes the ALG plan a little bit confusing, and it makes town meeting a little bit confusing because we have to do 2 separate votes for the budget because we vote, the full budget, and then we vote another 300,000 from OPEB, and it passed, I think, without much issue, but it's just another procedural step that can be confusing to people, and it might not be. It'd be better maybe to find a different way of doing that. Another thing that happened in the last few years is we had a big, our health insurance trust. We changed the way we do health insurance. We kind of moved away from the health insurance trust being self-insured model. And as we were doing that, we had to come up with a big assessment or whatever it was called because they were underfunded, we were underfunded, and we had a concern that as we transition to a premium-based health insurance plan, there'll still be run-out claims that we'll need to be on the hook for all the people that are still in that. In any event, the run-out claims didn't materialize in the way that they thought they would, so we're getting a refund of $290,000. We already got some of that, but we expect $290,000 in total from the health insurance trust. So for me, that's money that we already spent on health insurance from a policy standpoint. So if we're getting that back, it seems like it'd be maybe a good place to put it is into our health insurance liabilities in our OPEB. And that raises the question of, should we maybe be doing that more often? I think many communities have looked at free cash and other sort of reserve accounts as ways to fund OPEB rather than funding it out of the operating budget. And fortunately, we've been able to do it entirely out of the operating budget. I think given the revenue constraints that we're in with now, I think it makes sense to use a hybrid approach and continue to appropriate an amount from the operating budget, but have that be less than it has been in the past, but also find opportunities like this refund, like the surplus we just had last year in health insurance, and take those sort of one-time revenues instead of just putting them back into the mix, say, okay, we had that budget for health insurance. When it comes to town meeting last year, let's move that money into our OPEB trust so that it's there when we need it and we're continuing to address that liability. So all that being said, I have a draft policy recommendation. The existing policy is only 3 bullets, and this is just adding a 4th bullet, but it's putting it first. So I'll read it, and then, you don't have to decide this tonight. Town meeting isn't for 6 months, so we have plenty of time to think about it, but if there's support for doing this, it'll help us finish the town manager's recommended budget because this policy would come into play. Basically, it just says that after each fiscal year, a portion of any unexpended operating budget for health insurance or health insurance refunds or similar one-time revenues shall be considered for a contribution to the town's OPEB trust through a transfer at town meeting. The second bullet is the town will annually make a minimum contribution of $300,000 made up of a combination of budget appropriations, transfer from reserves, or other available funds. A 4th bullet, OPEB trust funds may be used to pay retiree health insurance costs with town meeting approval. And then a 4th bullet is, to the extent feasible, contributions into the OPEB trust will be transferred in the first quarter of the fiscal year, allowing that money to be in the trust and hopefully be invested. And then transfers out of the funds would occur only in the 4th quarter, which would hopefully mean that the money we put in there matures a little bit before we have to use it. That's easier, I think it's easier to write than it is for our staff to implement, just because of the way we do things, but I think it's a good policy to try to happen. That's why it says to the extent feasible. If the board approves or supports this recommendation, this is the steps that I would recommend we take. I would recommend that at this coming town meeting, we end up putting $640,000 into OPEB using 3 things. The first is transferring the first tranche of the refund into from free cash to the OPEB trust, which is $180,000. The second would be using our free cash, which we hope to have certified before Thanksgiving, using $300 of that to repay the OPEB trust with the portion that we didn't spend this year. Also putting $120,000 into the operating budget to put towards OPEB. This would be different because we typically put $600, so it's a different approach. And then the 4th bullet would be we would continue to use enterprise and revolving articles to add additional funding into OPEB, which would basically be, for example, we have, I think, 9 paramedics that we pay for out of the ambulance enterprise. Let's set aside other OPEB allocation for staffing in there towards the liability at the same time. So that's a lot to throw at you at this time after the night we've had, but I wanted to bring that forward and see if you had thoughts on it now. I did discuss it a little bit with the Finance Committee, the chair, and a few other people, but I haven't had a chance to get it in front of the Finance Committee for their feedback, but I would want to do that soon, too.
Jim.
I'm comfortable with the intent of this policy. I had a few particular questions or thoughts. In the first bullet, I was confused by the use of the word shall, because it meant that it was mandatory that there be something at the town meeting, but it wasn't clear to me what that was. It just says a portion, or in the first sentence. So I think maybe that's a can be considered. Yeah, but because there's still some decision-making to be made before, you know how much. Let's see, was there anything else here? In the next steps, in the second bullet, I think I get what you mean when you put repay in quotes, but what I'd rather see is a more accurate phrase, because I think you're putting repaying quotes, because it's not exactly a repayment. It's sort of like a repayment, and it might be more clear if you replace that with a short phrase that actually said what that was. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. I agree.
Other comments? David?
Thank you. So on the second bullet towards the top of the page, I assume we need a minimum net contribution of $300,000. Is that right?
Well, I think what I'd like to do is rather than putting 600 in and taking 300 out, I want to just focus on putting 300 in. So to avoid that thing that we do, that forces us to do. So it's simplifying the process. So I guess you could look at it as a net, but I don't recommend that we continue doing that, sort of.
Sure. If that's the assumption, maybe that should be another policy thing that we don't normally take out. Right? If you're saying, so what I meant by net, if you're taking out $300,000 for part of the retirees' benefits this year, then we'd have to put in at least $600,000. Is that?
Yeah, I think it's not, there's a lot of different variables here, and I think that I could make this a little clearer, but
So
I think if we just move away from the past, my suggestion is we consider moving away from how we did it in the past and just start now and say, we endeavor, or we're going to put a $300,000 contribution into the OPEB trust, and ideally not spend any of it. But if we decide to also spend some of it, it would have to be, it may or may not be that amount, but this isn't, I wasn't thinking that this would be a net, to answer your question.
Okay, so maybe that top section should be listed as some kind of goals, right? We will endeavor to do A, B, C, and D. And then in the bottom, I would like to see all of this done in one article that's separate from the operating budget article. You know, it'd be very easy to say, to transfer $640,000 into the OPEB trust, raising and appropriating $120,000, right? Transferring $80,400 from free cash, whatever the list was for that town meeting. But then it's really clear to people, and that thing could even be under consent, because I would think most years people are not going to want to edit those numbers. And if anybody did want to edit that, they could hold them, right? So there are many articles where we list, you know, a handful of funding sources, you know, so much transfer from free cash, so much transferred from the ambulance enterprise, 120,000 in your example here, raised and appropriated. And then that 120,000 raised and appropriated would still remain on the ALG sheet, right? It's just in a different article. If we didn't raise and appropriate any, then nothing, zero needs to appear in that row in the ALG sheet for that year. Anyway, I think what you have here should be one article and separate from the operating budget article, and possibly under consent.
Thank you. That is an interesting way of thinking at this, because that would be completely departing from the practice of putting it in the budget, which it's always been, which I think that's interesting, yeah.
So I would take it out of the budget, and if you have to raise and appropriate anything, it should be on the ALG sheet somewhere.
Jim?
So I got a little confused there when I thought I understood things. So the actual payments to retirees for their health insurance, what would be your plan about how that happens next year? Would that be from operating or? or from the
Yeah,
OPEB
so
trust?
our health insurance budget is, whatever that number was.
Oh, okay, so it's just part of
And it's
the,
part of the health insurance budget.
Okay.
You know, most, you know, about 1.1 million of that goes to retirees, and the rest
Right.
is for actives.
okay, great. So that part would still be its own, that would be in the budget as an expense. It's not part of these OPEB articles. So that's the only separation I can see. Okay,
In
got it.
David's example, instead of, so we have a health insurance line item, we have a
Right.
retiree health insurance line item, and then we
Yeah.
have an OPEB line item.
Yeah, yeah.
And what David was suggesting is no longer have the OPEB line item.
Right.
Handle that separately, but still
Yeah.
reflected in the ALG plan.
Yeah, I got it.
And may I just make, and the summary, if you do what I suggest, and this is a separate article, the summary of that article could explain your rationale for that year. You know, we have, maybe some year we don't have a very robust balance in the ambulance enterprise, so we're not using that this year. But we do have a robust free cash, you know, so we're doing, taking a bit from that and we're raising and appropriating the rest. In other words, just for us, for the Finance Committee and for the public, just an explanation of why we chose these funding sources this year.
Fran?
This is new practice, right? It would just,
It's evolving.
yeah, cool, thank you. I'm on board.
Alyssa?
Thank you for this proposal, and I appreciate everybody's comments to edit the words to make it more clear. I like the idea of funding OPEB outside of the operating budget. I really like no longer putting 600 in and taking 300 out, because moving money around is just silly. I'm looking at the first bullet that says unexpended operating budget health insurance appropriation. So we'd be using that. But I'm remembering that the reason we're okay for health insurance, even though there will be a large increase next year, the reason we're okay is because we have unexpended operating budget health insurance appropriation, so we can use that to cushion, to absorb the increase in cost. So I'm just wondering when those increases are gonna settle down and level out. And if we do this, then there won't be, we're taking away that benefit that we had for going into next year. And I'm also wondering, rather than using that unexpended money for OPEB, did you consider using it maybe for a health insurance stabilization fund like the school district has done, so we can better weather fluctuations in enrollment and opt-out and that sort of thing? So the school district used their refund from HIT to establish that, and I'm not sure how they're gonna put money into it going forward. Maybe it'll just grow with interest, but is that something that could be done? And maybe just take the other options, refunds, one-time reserves, et cetera, for this, but maybe there's not enough.
Yeah, thank you for all those observations and comments. I think we have budgeted conservatively. There is always things that happen within a year that, this year it was hundreds of thousands of dollars that we had in surplus. There may be years that it's $10,000 or $30,000, and that's still an amount of money that we could consider putting towards OPEB. So that's why I think that was, I think it makes sense to continue doing that, even if we are tightening up that health insurance budget in the coming year. And I think to the other point of the health insurance stabilization account, I looked at that. The town of Winchester created one at town meeting a few years ago, and I looked at that a lot, and I think it's an interesting idea, but it's another account to deal with. And we have, if you look at the fourth, or if you look at this policy, we have the flexibility. So right now, we're spending $1.1 million out of the budget to pay for health insurance. If we have a bad year, we could go to town meeting in May before we close out the fiscal year, or even at a special town meeting, and say, hey, we got hit with a huge increase. We need to request the town meeting to give us money from OPEB to pay for retiree health insurances out of the budget that we have, because the budget we have for everyone else got consumed by a huge spike. So I think using the OPEB trust with some more flexibility in the future is an alternative to creating another account that I think, so, you know, I'm open to it, but I think as I was putting it to paper, this policy, it used to be 2 recommendations to create both of those things. And I just backed away from that because it just seemed redundant, if the board supports this flexibility that I think it makes sense to try to put in.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the philosophy behind this. I think if you want to take some of the comments you've heard and tweak this and bring it back fairly soon, I think, because I know it'd be one nice thing to have tied up and not have to worry about it as you develop your budget, unless my colleagues want to just approve it.
No, I think I would like to run this through the Finance Committee. I think they have a meeting before. I think the timing would work out if I get a chance to work with, see if the Finance Committee has anything to say about it, and I'll come back to you, and hopefully you can take another look at it, and if you support it, we can use that in the budget that we're going to be preparing before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, great.
Thank you for all the feedback. I appreciate it.
Okay. Item 9, discussion of FY27 budget.
So we laid it out there earlier, sort of some of the big pieces of it. I think from a philosophical and guidance standpoint, this is where there'd be some opportunities to talk about some direction that you want to give, targets for expenses. We know what level of services look like from what the department's requested. I know that every year we cut from that. It's something that we've done every year, probably every year ever. So I just want some thoughts on how far you're looking me to cut, and any other guidance that you want to put forward at this point.
Well, I had the occasion to read the Concord Bridge today, and they were talking about their budgeting process. And not a surprise, the town was looking for, 3.5% to 5.5% increase, and the Finance Committee was very much in favor of a 2.5% increase. I'm leaning more towards the select board side than the Finance Committee side, but I do think we have to be really cautious. I think, looking at some of the things that we've got going on, some capital projects that have been approved but really haven't gotten started, some other capital projects that are moving along, and now we've got some additional funding coming in. I would think that this might be a year that maybe we could do a little bit of catch-up, especially for some of the sidewalks and stormwater management projects we've got in mind. I know it takes a long time to get these things implemented, but I think it might be time to take a little bit of a breather on that. And as much as I would support additional personnel for instance, the fire department, I know that we're still in the midst of this pilot program. We're still trying to figure out how many stations we're going to run. So I don't think, from the suggestions on additional staff positions, I think we do need to beef up the IT department. I don't think I'd favor much in the way this year, the fire department, but next year I think we really have to seriously look at that. And I believe the senior center is looking, I know they've got some issues with having a dining room manager, a restaurant manager, or whatever. I favor that position. But I don't think I'd go much further as far as adding positions right now, especially when people are talking about on the school side, substantial cuts of positions over there. So I would be really cautious about going much further than that. And then, as we said earlier, look at CPCs just as an example of potential areas where you could go to for looking for some capital funding for recreation projects and historic preservation. This belfry issue here frankly worries the heck out of me. And, $50,000, I think you might be really modest on that. So those are the kind of things that I would really prioritize personally. But I'll defer to input from my colleagues. David.
Thank you. I said last time the belfry bothers me. Anyway, that's another thing. I'd like to see a budget number in for the town in the low threes. I think the schools are probably going to need in the high threes, maybe even a little bit more. I suspect that we may need to dip into the untaxed levy a little bit for the schools, but we'll see where all that goes. But I think for us, I'd be thinking about an operating budget increase in the 3.1, 3.2, something like that. Or at least I'd like to know from you, John, what that means, right? And then have a little back and forth if you tell us, what that means and what you would do to get there. The things that are on your general fund debt projects in the CIP, that were the ones that you have marked that could be deferred until the next year. I would like to not borrow for those this year. But I would say that for some of the last three, the complete street, stormwater, and sidewalk, and one of the reasons I asked for what's your top project there, if there was an important project that needed to fall into next year, I would be in favor of that in a not borrowed environment, right? So if, I don't know what the project would be. A particular culvert on a particular street really needs to be done, and out of the stormwater program, it was half of what you would have borrowed for, and maybe we can move that over into the free cash and maybe push something else out. I'd like to know what the top projects are there. I'm hesitant to push the borrowing up a lot with other things coming along in the future. In a few years, yes, because some of the things that we've borrowed for in the past get paid off. But Tony, that's my feedback. Thank you.
Sorry, Fran.
I'm in agreement with most of the board of having a catch-up year. I would be all for, the Health and Human Services part-time kitchen manager and IT, always IT. Sidewalks are a big thing. So I would chip away at that.
Alyssa.
Thank you. John, are you looking for specific prioritization for items in the budget or just a general percentage recommendation, or both?
Yeah, thank you. I think questions, similar to what David said, if you wanted it to be 3.25, like if you, what would that mean? So I think questions that you just asked about what projects would you do if you only had a portion of that? I think those are the things that I can, if you tell me that tonight, we can work on getting you more information before the 12/1 meeting, where you're really going to dive in to the budget. And we will have the benefit of an ALG meeting happening between now and then, and that might inform a little bit of some other context for that discussion as well. So, no, not, I mean, if there's something that you think we need to do regardless of anything, you could let me know that. But I think I'm looking at the select board prioritization already as what I see as the highest priority, so we kind of know that. But if there's anything outside of that you want to add, that would be helpful also.
Okay, well, I wasn't thinking that I would focus on what absolutely needs to be done, but things that could wait or be funded differently. I think that I would also like to see what the budget would look like with only a 3% increase or even less. So I think David said 3 or a little bit more. I would like to see 3 or a little bit less for the town side. Because we've talked, many times about things being more of a crunch for the school district this year. Things that I think maybe don't need to happen at all, like Dean said at the last meeting, or sorry, if you said this in agenda setting and not in a meeting. Fireworks, did you say that in a board meeting?
I don't know, what is it that I suppose it said or not?
No, we're done with fireworks. You did say it in this meeting, because I remember asking about the staff, the police and fire, and where those hours come from. There's a few free cash projects, and I mentioned this earlier when the capital was presented, that I think are great CPA application candidates, all the historic stuff. So the bell tower. Not comfortable with replacing fire escapes at all 3 fire stations unless we know we're going to use all 3. Maybe we'll use 2, maybe we'll use only 1. And at any rate, that could be CPA as well. Even the conceptual design for Morrison Farm. And the roof design for the bathhouse at Nair, I feel like that could be CPA for recreation. I want to understand a little bit more about the Memorial Library redesign, because it's my understanding that Margaret Sullivan Studios created the conceptual design, and so I feel like we could just move straight from that to architect, and I don't understand this middle step, so I want to know more about that. The Nara Park sign replacement, could Minuteman Tech do that for us? And I definitely am in agreement that we should put a pause on capital and play catch-up this year. The capital that has to do with projects, not things like fire trucks, but projects for sure. Even stormwater. So I'm not wondering what the top priority is for that. It seems that we haven't borrowed yet the money that we were authorized to borrow in 25 and 24, the 800 and then the 850,000. So I'm not sure. I know there's a lot to do, and some things are in bad shape, but I'm not convinced that we need to do a third year of borrowing just yet. So I'd like more info on that. And then one thing about vehicles that was confusing to me in the capital presentation, the police cruisers that have, instead of 100,000+ miles, they only have 50,000 miles. But because they sit idling, they have more engine hours. And I thought they were all hybrid. So I don't understand what the burden on the engine is if a patrol car is, sitting on Great Road. Why is that is there any way to bring that down and extend the use of police cruisers? I know they have to be in top performance for when they do those high-speed chases, but that's confusing to me. Because all of our patrol cruisers are hybrid right now, right? 13 of them? Okay. So that's a question I have.
Jim?
I don't have much to say. I would prefer that we not settle in on a percentage increase so that the ALG can do that. I don't want to constrain that smaller working group with too many requirements. But I'm comfortable with the general priorities people have expressed about the projects. And the notion of taking a kind of a pause on some of the capital expenses in order to, we're going to have a bunch of capital borrowing expenses coming up anyway, because we've already committed to doing a bunch of work.
Fran?
This was really a question for David. When you say like low threes, what do you mean, David?
Like a 3.1% increase in the budget, for example.
Hey, I'll take another bite at the apple here. Looking at the conceptual design for Morrison Farm, I think before we get too far into that, we have to decide, is there still a Morrison Farm committee that has not met, or do we need to create a new Morrison Farm committee? I think if we could get the Ashtons to come back from North Carolina, maybe they can take it over again. So I think that's the kind of thing that I think I'd be more supportive of it if Morrison Farm ever hit any of our list of select board goals, either long-term or short-term. Yeah, it's a real pain and an eyesore, and I cringe every time I drive down there, but I'm not sure I'm ready to tackle that, and potentially get involved in a 20-year project like Asa Parlin House. So that's one thing I'd be kind of skeptical that does not rise to the top of my list. And likewise on the Memorial Library redesign, maybe that's on the library trustees' radar, but it's certainly not been on my radar. And I don't think anybody's surfaced that as being a goal that we should really get into. So I'm not real warm and cuddly with that one either. I'll push back on Alyssa, I believe, a little bit on the fire escapes. I think having good fire escapes there, even if the buildings are not occupied, are something that's worthwhile. Because, let's face it, they're in historic districts. We're never going to get rid of them. We're going to have to find some repurpose for them. So, we might as well, it's kind of a basic life safety issue, so I'd be in favor of moving ahead with those. I remember they were rickety 20 years ago, so I'm sure they haven't gotten any better. So that'd be something that I'd do the fire escapes and not the Morrison Farm.
The Morrison Farm is the only request that came directly from me, TM. That's the only TM one, and it's a conversation starter. I'm not ready to advance that effort, but I don't want to let a capital plan go by without us marking the need to address that abandoned building. So I don't expect to see that in our recommendation, but I just wanted to put it on record that that's a need that we can't ignore. So it's the conversation's been started. It worked. Thank you.
It certainly is something that we got to take care of. David.
Thank you. so Alyssa and someone else suggested using some money from CPC. Just to be clear, and Dean will know this, we can't use CPC money for maintenance, is that right? So a roof is maintenance, and I don't believe we can use the money for a roof. The other things are fine, but,
I think, I mean, some of the rules have been changed a couple of times. At one point, I think if you looked at, for instance, at that roof project for the bathhouse at Narrow Park, if that's like an extraordinary reconstruction, you could probably support it. We did the roof here using CPC funds, because under historic. So there is some, I don't think I'd want to, for instance, I'd have a hard time justifying, say, putting a new rubber membrane roof on a fire station with CPC funds. I don't think that's going to work, but maybe for some of the recreational facilities.
okay,
possibly.
so maybe, it's definitely not, definitely not. So, okay, I get that. The other thing I wanted to say, on the percentage, Jim was uncomfortable moving ahead of ALG. One of the reasons why I've been pressing, ALG needs to do that 2 months previous. And now we're getting into December, where the town manager's to the point where he has to produce a budget. I feel like we have to give him some guidance. We can't go month after month after month and say, ALG, have you done anything yet? And the schools have done that already, right? So the budget sub at the school committee recommended a budget increase of between 3.75 and 4.25%. That'll translate pretty closely to the Acton assessment. I mean, not exactly, but much closer than with the Boxborough assessment. So they've already given their superintendent marching orders. I think that we need to give the town manager marching orders. And as far as the library redesign, I can't recall that has ever been presented here. Right, I would love to see the library director at some point, whether it's appropriate now or in the spring or next year, to present to us as to what they're thinking about, so that we have an idea for how to prioritize that. Because I understand some of the motivations there, but I'm sure that I don't understand everything. And so I would like to understand that a little bit more.
Alyssa?
I have a question about the $900,000 for the Public Works facility final design. That is in borrowing, and I'm wondering, it's a 5-year term. I'm just wondering about whether or not we might be paying back funds for that borrowing in, the very unlikely chance that we pursue some different option. Did we borrow the 1.225 million for the original design? Was that borrowing?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah, that's in the green.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just
bar.
thinking about, sometimes, David, you say, 7-figure projects make sense for borrowing, and this is a 6-figure project. But it's very, very close to 7 figures.
Just want to clarify, the term that we had proposed is actually 30-year, because it's a cap, that's a typo. That we just need to fix.
Okay.
So it's a 30-year, so a project like that, tied to a major capital project, we would borrow for the maximum term and pay it off for the maximum term.
Okay,
For
I
smaller,
knew-
like planning studies, if we ever did those would be 5 years, but this is a
Okay.
big project,
I
so.
knew the construction would be 30 years. I thought
So that's just some- we'll fix that.
design would be incorporated into that 30-year for the construction as well.
It
Okay.
would be piled on with the ultimate bigger borrowing,
Okay, so it's not 5 years.
yeah. So we'll fix that before we publish this online.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Unless you need any other guidance, okay. Okay.
Sorry, I know it's late. So I'm just going to agree with David that we do need a sense from the board, Dean and I, to have, our feet under us at ALG the day after tomorrow. So I heard 3 or low 3s. Do either one of you have anything different? Sorry, I'm acting like the chair now.
Go ahead, might as well practice. Fran?
No, I'm comfortable with 3.1%.
Jim?
Oh, I'm sorry, 3.1%. That sounds good to me.
Well, if we need to make up numbers, this reminds me of my days on the HIT where we would, we'd be given a lot of information and then we'd have to make up a number. I mean, maybe your experience has been different, Alyssa. I'm sure it's much more organized now that it's disappearing. But yeah, 3.2 something, sure. That's a fine planning number for us to understand what that would look like. Yeah.
3.1.
So can we give you a range of 2.8 to 3 how far did you go up, 3.1 or 3.2? I mean, the school committee budget said that's really big range, I think.
So, yeah, I mean, hitting exactly a 3.1 or a 3.2 or any of the ones, we can do that and we can show you what it looks like. But I wouldn't want to do all of those. I would want to do one of them or two of them or a range and show you what a range would look like, I think. And also, just to clarify, when we're talking about the budget, I believe you're talking about total spending as it shows up in the ALG plan, not just the operating budget, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's helpful, because those are often different numbers. So I just wanted to clarify that you're looking for a total spending number that's in the area of 3.
Yeah. And I didn't expect you to bring back like 4 different budgets. I just meant if the 5 of us say hit somewhere in this range and let you choose.
David?
Just a very quick comment. Last time we talked about my including the history in the packet, and I did that. And so there's a 10-year history. And the only thing I've shared this with the Finance Committee in the past. The only thing you need to know is that the ALG, it looks kind of like the ALG plan, but the ALG plan is predictive. We start with some basics and it predicts the number. This is the opposite of that. All the lines that are marked with ATM come from actual annual town meeting numbers, and it computes the other things backwards. So because it starts with the annual town meeting motions in the results of annual town meeting, they have to be accurate. And you can then see the averages for 10 years, for example, or the actual yearly amounts after 10 years.
Jim?
Yeah, I loved looking at this, David, and I wanted to start changing things and see what happened and make graphs and stuff. So could you send this to me as like an Excel file or something that could be modified?
Let's talk after.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Okay. We're all set with that? Good. Next item we have is approve renewal of memorandum of agreement with ActonTV. I think it was in our packet.
Yeah, so the one that's in the packet reflects a renewal of the 10-year agreement. Over the weekend, or it might have been Friday, I talked to town council, and she is advising that we don't have authority to enter a 10-year contract. There are some lines of business that are exempted. She doesn't believe this is one of them. So her recommendation is instead to frame it as a 3-year agreement with a 7-year extension subject to approval at town meeting. Which I think that's different than a 10-year, and I think ActonTV sees it differently than a 10-year, but until we learn otherwise, I think that's how we have to do it. And the question is, well, how did we do it last time? I don't know to answer that question, but I think this is how we're being advised to do it now. So that's sort of the duration piece. The rest of it is pretty much the same as it was before. We would get all the revenue from our PEG grant, which is Public Educational Government. The franchise fees that Verizon and Comcast get, they give to us, and we give it all to ActonTV, and they provide our programming and record meetings like this and other things that they do. They are in the process of considering other options for their studio space, and they're going to continue to pursue that over the next year. That wouldn't really be impacting our agreement, but it may reduce their costs if they're able to get an arrangement that works for them. I know they're talking about the high school as a potential, but there's a lot that needs to go into figuring that out. In any event, I think we did get something in language that I think helps us. We added a paragraph that said, in addition to the required government meetings, which are town meeting and select board, they do finance committee. It didn't say it was required, but I think they consider that as part of it. They're going to give us up to 10 hours a week of additional programming and communication type service, which they do anyways. I mean, for example, Java with John is a program I do at the senior center. That's not in our agreement, but they record that and broadcast that for us every time we do it. And there's several other events that they are always helping us out with. This would codify that in the event that everyone that's involved with it isn't here, and then someone else comes in, ActonTV, and says, no, we're just doing the meetings, you know? So I think it's a good compromise for us. There was a concern about some fees that we're now paying to Comcast that we didn't have to pay before. But Carl, our new IT Director of Innovation and Technology, he's working on building out our fiber so that bill should disappear in about 5 years if he does what he's trying to do. So it's I'm recommending this with that strange duration clause as an amendment. And if we find for some reason that we don't have to do that, then we can come back and fix it. But that's where we're at right now.
Jim?
In the terms that you're recommending, the 3-year with an option for a 7-year extension with approval by town meeting, when does the town meeting approval happen? Now or in 3 years or both or what?
Yeah, so I would ask you to sign it now and bring it to town meeting. And if town meeting authorizes the board to enter a 10-year contract, which this would become, it would be a 10-year contract effective in May. But until then, it's only a 3-year contract.
Got it. Great. And that kind of language isn't reflected here yet, right?
Not in there. I did
Okay.
get a draft of it over the weekend with that language, but we can.
Alyssa?
Thank you. Thanks for updating the board members' names. I do have a question about the coverage of finance committee and school committee meetings. Is that, I mean, they also have been doing like the public forums for AB Forward. Is that included in the 10 hours or is that on top of 10 hours for the town? I mean, finance committee is town, but.
Yeah, so the government meetings that they're required to record are listed in there. It's not in that paragraph, it's in a different paragraph. And it doesn't say.
I know.
So we could add that, I mean, if that's what you'd like.
Do they have a separate agreement with the school district to cover school committee meetings?
I don't know.
Do they have an MOA with them?
I don't know.
Because I would think that we should add finance committee and school committee just to codify that. And I guess I'm curious how you came up with the 10 hours. Because you mentioned Java with John. I'm thinking all the 250 committee lectures, the ribbon cuttings, the ceremonies, they cover as well. So was there any, calculation of hours to make sure that 10 hours a week covered that? Or did we just make up a number like Jim said?
No, we didn't make up a number. It was proposed as a accounting of staff time for those things. And if you look at the language, it says up to 10 hours, and if available, they'll provide more than that. So it doesn't just say they turn it off at 10 hours. If they're working on a program with us, they'll continue doing it more if they have the resources to do so.
Town meeting, warrant, article, preview videos, et cetera? Yeah, like stuff like that. There seems like a lot. Do you think there'll be any pushback to adding finance committee and school committee? Because I did not see it. I only saw town meeting and select board. Is it in there somewhere else?
I don't think it's in there. It's
I mean,
not, I think.
There's something that says nothing in this agreement shall prevent or prohibit them from entering into a separate agreement. I just don't know if that exists.
Well, I'm working for this organization, and I'm focused on what we need. So I think they should worry about that one. But I think, for the most part, and I think it's handled.
Can we add finance committee?
David?
The school committee, just FYI for everybody, at their last meeting, the school committee authorized the superintendent to begin discussions with ActonTV to get space in the high school. There's no agreement yet, but the school committee directed the superintendent to see what you can work out, basically. And my question to you, John, is in this 10-year period, is it ActonTV's opinion and your opinion that they'll be financially okay?
I don't have an opinion on that. I think they are going to continue to do what they can to provide services. Their revenue has certainly been reduced, and unless there's some legislative changes, which there are some on the docket that I know they're following closely that would give them revenue from, fiber connections instead of just actual cable contracts. I don't know where that is, but if that comes to fruition, then it would be a boost to the revenue for local cable. But I think if not, they are going to find ways to, I think moving into school would be an example of finding a way to reduce at a lower operating cost. And that they'll continue to do that. And if they don't meet their obligations of our agreement, then we can deal with that then. But I think in the next few years, certainly for 3, we're in good shape.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this draft contract as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, approved. Consent.
Thank you.
Approved meeting minutes, November 3rd, 30:35. Item 11, approve executive session minutes, November 3rd, 2025. Item 12, approve private way plowing for 2025-2026 winter season. 13, approve request for business address change from McGovern Subaru of Acton from 61 Powder Mill Road to 11 Nagog Park for a Class 1 auto dealership license to be in effect November 20th, 2025. 14, approve appointment of Gary Phillips as an associate member of the Economic Development Committee with a term to end on June 30th, 2028. Number 15, approve request for placement of menorah display at 468 Main Street.
I move to approve consent items 10 through 15 inclusive.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
I move to adjourn.
Second?
Moved and second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We're done.